What's up, everybody? Thanks for joining us tonight. We are just under an hour away from the PlayStation WR Finals between Stand Tall and GNA. This is the pre-show to get us hyped and ready and prepared for that. Just around the corner, we're going to be bringing in players as guests from both teams, just kind of get a little bit of a feel of their approach heading into tonight's matchup. It's going to be a best of 7. But before we do that, since we are running a little bit behind the clock, let's take a second here to finally unveil the announcement that we had teased earlier. Today with me, currently I have the Labs TV of Lab Rats. How are you doing, man? I think you're on mute.
Hey, there we go. There we go. I'm doing good yourself, bud. How about yourself?
Good, good. And then with me, of course, I do have X-Man. X-Man, how are you doing? Thanks for filling in with me.
Yeah, doing great, man. Looking forward to tonight. Big night, exciting night. Can't wait. We got big stars coming up. We got the interviews going on. Everybody's going to want to be here. We got special announcements. Big coming up tonight. If you're not here, you're missing out.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting stuff. And as exciting as the series is, we do have to, again, kick off with this announcement, just as big as the playoff series itself. The Lab, tell me, what's going on? What are we excited to announce to the Pro-Am world with the upcoming Unified Pro-Am Association deal?
Well, you know, a lot of people, they've been looking for organization, opportunity, some type of infrastructure. They've been looking for us to push this community to the limit. So that's what we have united to create something called UPA, the Unity, I like to call it, right? And we are going to push things to the limit, do things that have never been done before in gaming, so that we could do one thing and one thing only: provide gamers with pure opportunity.
Yeah, that's exciting to hear. Again, just to kind of have everybody under that umbrella. You called it the Unity?
The Unity.
I like that. I like that. Yeah, and again, it just has everybody under that same umbrella, that same set of rules. Obviously, we've been promoting it and marketing it. It's the first step in that process, but it's part of a bigger vision.
This is true.
And let's be honest, that brings that quality, that brings that legitimacy. When you come and you play under this umbrella and you know it's these organizations, you're playing for a chip that matters. You're playing in tournaments that matter. You're playing where the people who are supposed to be prospects need to be seen by the eyes that are most important. And that's what that gives you. And that's not just something that comes with the label. That's something that comes with the brand. And everybody's out here, and this is where you make your name. Just like on a night to night, you can see the exposure. We're all out here, all eyes on the players tonight.
Just imagine a world where you could have one true champion, a bracket style, over a course of time where you could compete and prove yourself to be that team, just to be that guy or girl. And at the end, you're rewarded, and not only rewarded with legendary type rewards like giveaways and trips and yachts and content houses and all of these things that we're going to try to do to promote you, the gamer. But we are also going to have LAN events. We are also going to have places where you can show up with the best of the best and prove that you are that person in the fire. We're going to put you right in the middle of the place where you can actually prove, like, it doesn't matter who it is, you are the best. And then from there, you can take the next necessary step, which will obviously be the 2K League.
All right, Lab. I don't know if I'm jumping the gun here, but you mentioned LAN events. Is there a specific kind of event that you're kind of alluding to? Are we able to kind of get in on that now?
Well, there is something that we have in the works. I don't want to say too much, but we do actually have a LAN event that we are planning for July 4th weekend. That's right. The weekend of festivities.
July 4th? Wow, that's going to be big, exciting. We're over COVID. We're getting past that. We're everybody wants to be out. They want to be together. We want to enjoy it safely, but we're definitely going to be outside this year. I can tell you what, that's going to be a place I'd love to be myself if I wasn't already out and about.
I know for a fact I'm gonna be there, and you know, if I'm there, I'm bringing the party with me. Evan's
Oh,
gonna
it's
be
lit.
there. Everybody's gonna be there. So
Yeah.
if we're gonna make it a movie, we're gonna make it a celebration. Like what we're trying to build here is bigger than just UPA itself. It's about the gamer. We're trying to build a legacy leaderboard. We're trying to have scouting. We're trying to actually show a process of these are the tournaments I played. This is the brand that I've proven. This is me winning. These are the things that I've acquired from me winning with all of my peers. And then we have the brand that we build around. It's just the perfect scenario for the gamer. And it was cooked up in a bubble by some of the geniuses of this community. You know, we have to tip our hats to those guys, you know, but I feel like the community deserves it. It's been a long time coming, and we come together so that we could deliver something that the gamers could be proud of.
That's incredible. That's awesome to hear. Again, just a little bit of a tease, but confirmed, we do have a LAN event on the horizon this summer, something to play for. We talk about post-draft, right? And sometimes it can get a little murky. Sometimes it can get a little stagnant. But this just purely injects life into that post-draft cycle, and it's exciting to kind of see. I always kind of liken it to you know, if for any soccer fans out there, like the Premier League, right? And then playing in Champions League, or if anybody out there who, you know, follows League of Legends, you have that NA group, you have that EU group, you have the group out in Asia, and the best of the best collide and come together for that, you know, one unified title. And that's what we're going to see here in the Pro-Am community for the very first time. And for it to kind of culminate in a LAN event this summer, and for us to kind of get to see each other again and just interact with each other on stage. That's exciting, man. That's great news.
That's where the party's gonna be at. You're gonna want to be there. I can tell you that much. So it's gonna be fun. We're gonna compete. We're gonna build everybody's brand. We're gonna embrace each other as a community, and it's just gonna be uphill from there.
Perfect.
And
Awesome.
that's always what it's about, you know, growing our community, getting it bigger. You know, the community is always the key word, and that's what we love. We just love to get together. We love to hoop. We love to talk about hoops. We love to get on the game. And man, you can see everything's here.
That's incredible. I'm excited. I'm pumped for it. I know we're still a couple months away from that, but obviously the lead up to that, it's gonna be intense. People are gonna be competing for more than they normally do, and it's always kind of exciting and fun when you add something to the pot. But with that said, I appreciate you, man, Lab, for coming in on this pre-show to help kick things
Thank
off.
you.
Big news. We're excited to see what else you guys have in store for the community. UPA is about to do big things. So again, thank you for coming out tonight.
Well, thank you guys for having me. Shout out to UPA, everybody for this opportunity. Shout out to my people in the Lab Rats, ADBA. This summer's gonna be crazy. You guys want to lock in, get active. We're about to get right. I appreciate you.
Amazing. All right, keep it locked in, guys. We're going to head to a quick break, but on the other side, we're going to be bringing in players from Stand Tall and GNA as we get ready for tonight's PS5 finals. This is the WR Championship pre-show.
sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the WR Championship pre-show. We're now less than 30 minutes away from our PS5 main event between Stand Tall and GNA. I'm one-on-one Chris. With me is my co-host X-Man. And without further ado, let's bring in our first guest, point guard for Stand Tall, Nate. Nate, how you doing today?
Pretty good, man. How about you?
Good, good. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate you again. Just for giving us any time out of your night. I know we're really close to the big series, a best of 7. I guess really kind of my first question before I get X to kind of tee off here is, just kind of how do you feel? Like we're again less than 30 minutes away. How do you feel heading into the matchup?
Feeling good, confident. We're not really supposed to be here, so we're just going to leave it all out there, and the results will take us where we need to be.
Just a really quick follow-up question to that. You know, you mentioned how you're not supposed to be here, but casting aside other people's expectations, casting aside the outside noise, when it comes to your expectations and your teammates' expectations, I'm assuming you guys expect to be here. Does that add a little bit of pressure? Like you're one step away from getting the job done?
Not really. We're just doing what we've been doing, and we're just gonna play. Like, if we win, we win.
That's a carefree attitude to have, and honestly, it's probably for the best as well. You sound really calm, cool, and collected headed to a championship match. X, what about you?
Hey, Nate, how's it going, bro? It's a big game tonight. I know you're excited. Everybody's got to be litty in the chat. Everybody's checking in. Everybody's got memes. Hey, it's going wild in there. People saying, hey, they love each other. But you know what? Let's take it back to how did you guys get here? Where did you guys meet? I know we're in post-draft now. It's pre-draft's over. We're going into this next phase. And for some of the people who don't know how Stand Tall got together, how did you guys all meet? How did all that come together?
Yeah, so I was playing with Snag Misses before, as well as Zaman. And I've always been real close with Jaden and Range. And Jaden was close with Glow. And we were hoping for Jaden and Glow to get drafted, but as soon as it didn't, me and Jaden just wanted to lock in together, and I brought Snag with me, and then he picked up Range and Glow. And it was just kind of thrown together last minute as soon as the draft ended, but it's obviously worked out pretty good.
Now, when I know from experience and from looking around and being around that, for guys and players like that to come in and give the point guard that kind of trust, for them to say, hey, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and take my talents over there with Nate. I'm going to let Nate go ahead and lead me to where I need to go. Now, you must have been doing something for them to have that type of faith in you. It couldn't have been, hey, Jaden knows me, we're good. What body of work? Because let's be honest, you must have been really ripping out there for boys to say, hey, let's lock in. So how are you hooping out there? How are things going? Just put out there. Who you know what I mean? How is it going for you?
Pre-draft for myself went pretty well. For our team didn't go so hot, but I think
individually though, Nate, in this situation, I want to know individually, like how are the numbers? They must have been juicy. What were we talking about? 25 and 10? What were we talking about? 30? Are we going 5 out? You know what I mean? Were you hot? Were you ready? Were you rocking? Because you're here, you're in the championship, man. No need to, you know what I mean? We know, but let's know.
If I had to give a ballpark number, it was around 30 and probably like 6 or so. We had to give a number.
That boy was hot. He was hot. Give me the rock. I like it. That's good, man. That's great. And like I'm saying, it must have been a lot more than just those stats, because when guys choose to come together like that, they must have seen something in your character as well. Not just a scorer, but somebody who's going to be able to lead his team. And I just want to know, like, when that happened, how did you feel about that? Because I know there's a moment where you sit back and you're like, hey, you know what? This is about to happen. Everybody just join chat. How did you feel about that?
It felt really good because I knew all these guys wanted to lock in and actually compete and not take days off or not take things lightly and try to be the best that we could be.
Yeah, that's an absolutely special feeling right there. Absolutely, when they lock in like that. and for them to give you the confidence to say, hey, you know what, I'm going. And these are big time guys. These are guys who are getting ready to go to the league. And I'm sure, do you have aspirations yourself of making the league? And why are you here, Nate? You here just, hey, part-time, I love to rock it. Hey, this is fun. You know, or are you looking to do bigger things? Where are you at with that?
I never went for the league before. I mean, I played in a couple of league tourneys, just try to help some guys out. But this year I'm actually gonna go for it because I'll be next year I'll be going for it because I'm graduating college. So try to use that as a gap year if possible.
Yeah,
but I just wanted to focus on school until then.
That's awesome. What are you taking?
I'm a business and sports management major.
Dope. Sorry, go ahead.
He's got his head on. Hey, and okay, so we've seen kind of the good. We all feel the vibes. You know, I'm sure there was a part maybe during the season, and you never know. You guys might have just streaked all the way there, but sometimes during the season, there's maybe a down point. Maybe you guys lost 2 in a row. You lost 3 in a row. Hey, let's be honest here. When it comes to teams that have more talent and more expectations, 2 losses in a row is like a big deal. Like you're wondering if maybe people might be getting ready to leave chat by the 3rd loss. So if something like that came up for, let's say, this WR season, what point was that you said, hey, you know what? I myself or we as a team need to tighten up in this situation to get through it, to get to the next?
For sure, yeah. Our biggest downfall was our lineup changes. We had people out of place, and then you know, we finally like found our groove and figured out what lineup we need to run, and we haven't looked back since.
Yeah, you know what, and that's a common struggle you see on the timeline, you see on the community. You know, guys whining about, hey, I wish I just had a set 5 to get on, and we can make dreams happen. Well, I'm glad that you got that opportunity, and you know, I'm glad you're making the most of it. And I'll tell you what, right now, Nate, you know, this is it. You know, we've seen guys come in, and I'm not going to say out of nowhere, but we can see that you had other focuses, big focuses in life, and you're knocking things off your checklist. And you know what? This is it, man. You win the WR tonight, and you're making league lists. You're making league lists. After that, you're on the radar. They know who you are, and people are going to start tracking you just the way you want to. So I'm happy about that, man. I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, me too.
Before we don't want to take up too much more of your time. I know we're getting closer to the 9:30 start, and we do have Merck coming up just around the corner. But before we let you go, I just wanted to kind of sneak in one more question for you, Nate. Obviously, your path, any team's path to the finals is always gonna be difficult. There's no super easy path to the championship. In terms of stand tall and what you guys had to go through, obviously you just recently defeated HG. You know, you got past pound for pound. Fearless Mentality, Recognize Real, and BMDC. Out of those teams, over the course of the playoffs, in your opinion, what was the most challenging series for you?
HG 100%.
Yeah, what did you guys kind of take away from that in terms of, you know, what you guys are doing well and what you guys kind of need to focus on?
I mean, our biggest focus is defense and just limiting the other team's points. And everyone knows that Bam is one of the best scorers on the game, and limiting his points just kind of gave us a much easier route and the ability to run the break off of it and get easy points and make my life easier.
Yeah, you always want to make the PG's life easier, get you to take over as quick as possible. Right. With that said, Nate, I appreciate you again giving us the time. It's almost showtime. We're gonna let you go here, but yeah, thank you, and obviously good luck.
Thank you, man.
All right, appreciate having you, man. Lock in.
There you have it. There you have it. That's Nate, point guard for Stand Tall. They're moments away from taking on GNA in a best-of-7 series. We're going to go to a quick break, but right afterwards, we're going to bring Merck in from GNA to bring us home. This is the WR Championship pre-show. We'll see you around the corner. Keep it locked. You're listening to the WR Championship pre-show. We're basically just getting things set up for our PS5 finals, a showdown between Stand Tall and GNA. Just before we went to break, we had Nate, and we again appreciate you, Nate, for coming on. But moving from one side of the matchup to the other, from GNA, we have Merc 2K in the building with us. Merc, thank you for giving us time out of your night tonight.
Oh, no problem. It's great to be on here for the pre-show. It's very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of exciting news. It's a big again, we talked about it a little bit earlier in the pre-show. Usually when it comes to post-draft, it can get a little stagnant, right? There's a lot of burnout from the whole pre-draft process, but between your championship series, between, the UPA LAN event, I know that, the Mother's Day event that was just announced, a lot of big things happening, but let's bring it back to the championship series. What is your mindset right now headed into this best of 7? What are you looking out for? What are you most excited about?
Oh, we're feeling great personally. All of our guys at least have, they know what we're going to expect. We got me and we have Elite Steels on our team who are coming off of 2 consecutive WR playoff wins, hoping to be our 3rd in a row. And there's no one on Stand Tall, no offense to them, because I love all those guys to death, but they haven't been in the WR finals yet. So it's not going to say it's a type of home field advantage, but we've been here before, they haven't. So we definitely are using that to our advantage, and we're looking forward to it. We are very confident.
That's awesome to hear. Yeah, it's definitely I don't want to call you the timely veterans, but you guys definitely do have that experience advantage. Before we kind of before we send it off to X here to ask some questions, just my second question, in terms of experience, what have you kind of learned from your previous showings in, being this deep into the WR playoffs?
The most important thing for every team is to not get complacent. When you get on a hot streak, it's very easy to just let off and say, all right, we're better than everyone else. But, all of my last WR series, you've been up, and then slowly, you can easily lose that lead. So the most important thing for us is if we get the lead that we expect that we're going to have, to make sure that we don't lose it and we keep acting like we're losing the game at that point.
Right. X, what about you?
I seen in that last series, in my opinion, the talent, well, let's start off here. You guys are Goliath. You can feel it. How does it feel when you look over and you see all those names together? And before we even get to that, let's talk about this is a post-draft team. How did you guys get together? What was that catalyst? Who hit up who, and how did that work out to where you guys got together?
So the big three we have in the backcourt of Steels, Claude, and Glizzy, they were planned to play post draft together for I don't even know how long, but they're both all underage, so they couldn't even qualify for the 2K League. So they had their solid three ready, and they basically said, whatever the best power forward that goes undrafted and the best center that gets undrafted, we can probably bring in. And obviously, I knew Steels from playing with Bright Lights in the pre-draft. And the night that I went undrafted, right away I texted Steels because I knew that we'd have a chance to win in post-draft, and I wasn't going to just let this go by. There's a lot of money that I could potentially win. So I texted Steels, and he was definitely down with it. And for some reason, DJ went undrafted, which was one of the better centers in pre-draft and is undoubtedly the best center left in post-draft. And he came aboard too. And it was literally less than 12 hours after the draft, I believe they posted the roster reveal for GNA. And we've been going ever since.
Yep, I did, and that was exactly why I wanted to know about that, because when I seen that roster reveal, I was like, all right, looks like the Titans. We can see who's getting together right here. All right,
Mhm.
we the community's seen the power moves, and you don't always know exactly what went into that or how it happened, and it's good to have backstories, like that. Now,
Right.
let me ask you let me ask you this: after you guys got together, there must have been a point, because like we know, with bigger teams, with bigger expectations comes bigger volatility. So I'm sure that at this point in this WR, since you guys are established since beginning of post draft, there must have been a point maybe you struggled, maybe there was like a 3-game losing streak or a 2-game winning streak, and with volatility like this, like a 3-game winning streak, that's a big deal. So can you tell me about when you guys maybe had a hard time or something wasn't going right, and how did you guys figure it out and get through it and continue to do what you're doing now?
So it wasn't even through WR. I can't even remember the name of the leagues, but we went through a streak where we weren't winning at the rate we were supposed to, and we got knocked out of a few things. I honestly couldn't tell you what they were because they say the greatest have short-term memory loss, so I'll go with that. But yeah, we definitely knew that we were like the best at our positions. You can't look at our team and you can say, oh, okay, so and so may not have played well or as well as we expect him to play. So where'd you get rid of him? Because if you look, who can you get for that player? When you look at post draft, if I'm playing bad, who is gonna replace me? That's the thing. So I think we all kind of knew that, and we knew we had to stick by each other because that's all we really had.
Now let me ask you that, and since I can see that you got high confidence, I can see you feel good about your team, and there's a lot of positive going. Now let me ask you a tough question, since I know you're built. When all the dust settled, and I'm sure DJ was going through the same situation, being a talent on that level that we all expected to get drafted, including myself, when it didn't work out, and you go through those phases of denial, anger, and when you really sat down and you looked in the mirror, what was it that, after accumulating information from people around you and looking on the tape, what was it that you felt that you could have improved or made a difference? Or was it an elite, or was it just a snub and you felt like you should have been front the season?
Honestly, right, I don't know how this was gonna come off. I sat there for a few hours after the draft. I had my head down and I looked at myself and I said, look, I did everything I could have done, and I did more than any other prospect in this pool when it comes to on the court, off the court stuff. It seemed like every other week I was dropping a huge content piece that'll blow up on Twitter, presenting to my fourth graders that I work with in the elementary schools about what I'm doing with the 2K League and what I could do. And obviously winning every single event in pre-draft, well, not every single event, but I won more than anyone else at my position. So I felt like on and off the court, I did everything I was supposed to do. And at that point, it was out of my fate, and I just had to live with it.
And you know what? That's a mature way of looking at it, man. Because you know what? Let me be quite honest with you. A lot of times you see talking heads out there, and they just want to put their 2 cents in it just to put their 2 cents in. But let's be honest, man. Life is crazy, and things don't always work out perfectly. And we've seen some of the best in the game, quote unquote, get snubbed, or there's just not enough spots this year. And they just keep working, and I expect you, and I can see you to keep working, and I know you're going to make it by next year if you just continue to do what you're doing, man. And I just want to give you a congratulations on making it this far. a good luck tonight and a good luck going forward towards your dreams, man.
Thank you, man. It means more than you think. Seriously.
Before we let you go, Merk, we gotta ask you. We kind of laughed about it pre-show or in between during the break. You had posted, you showed off some of your dance moves after the last series. You sure we're not gonna see any more of those dance moves if you guys win a championship tonight?
No promises. Definitely no promises. The reaction wasn't really what I expected it to be from Twitter. I think the community really was like, "Wow, does Merc think he can dance this great, or what?" I made it. I thought it was funny. I rewatched it a couple of times. And I said, "This is hilarious. I'm gonna post this because it's honestly funny." So
Yes.
honestly, no promises. We still gotta win first. So number one priority is winning, and then maybe after we can worry about what dance I'll be doing for the timeline. But winning comes first for sure.
Before we let you go, just quick thoughts on just for those who are maybe getting in on the WR scene just now. They're watching this live on Twitch or maybe catching up on YouTube. Just tell us a little bit about your impressions of this Stand Tall team that you're going to be matching up with tonight.
So we're honestly not too sure what Stand Tall team we're even going to be looking at. If it's the 5 we've seen throughout this playoff run.
Right.
They've been very impressive so far, and it's definitely a curveball that we are expecting mid-series. We're not sure when, but they could make a sub. They couldn't. And if they do, then that's fine. Honestly, Jay Curry is one of the better sharps and locks in post-draft, and he was great during pre-draft. But we're not really too sure what to expect. Either way out, we are ready. It's just a matter of what 5 will we see first.
That's awesome. That's exciting. That's great to hear that you're ready. We know we're ready on this end of the table. Thank you for, again, taking time out of your night, especially leading up into this championship match, just to kind of speak with us and hype up the showcase leading up into the game. Thank you.
No problem, man. It's good having me here, and I appreciate all you guys, Coach Chris and X. It was great, and the UPA is crazy. We're very stoked for the LAN event in July, and I plan to be there.
Awesome.
Of course.
Yes. Awesome. Okay, so we'll let you go. We'll give you a chance to kind of get with your team and get prepared mentally, physically, and all that. Good luck tonight. And again, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Awesome. Okay, we're just moments away from the PS5 finals. We're gonna go to one more break, and then we're gonna come back right afterwards. This is the WR pre-show. We'll see you around the corner. Welcome back, guys. Make sure to use the hashtag WRPlayoffs throughout tonight's events, as well as tomorrow. It'll keep things organized, make sure we're having the right eyes on the different clips, highlights, and your reactions to tonight's series. We're going to take another quick break here just to resolve a few technical issues on our end, but afterwards, we're going to bring in a few more tidbits about this LAN event held by the UPA this summer. But stay tuned. We'll be live in a moment's time.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
What's up, everybody? Thanks for your patience and waiting for us to come on board. I know the series has finally started. I'm one-on-one Chris. With me is X-Man, and this is game one of the WR Championship between Stand Tall and GNA. There's 1 minute, just over 1 minute left in the opening quarter. GNA up one. Again, as we get caught up here, and we give a shout out to Vibes, who was previously known as Glow. He's going to be giving us the assist on the feed here as we piggyback off of it. 12-13, just under a minute left. X, appreciate you being my wingman here. It's going to be a best of 7 series. I know it's not like the grind that the players are going to go through tonight, but we've got a little bit of a grind ourselves here as well.
Yo, it's a 7-game series. It's a championship on the biggest platform in Pro-Am. Everybody's got to be excited. Everybody's been really grinding here. We got David versus Goliath, and we got a tight game already. And let's see what GNA can do, being the big dog on the block right here. I'm excited. I know we got announcements tonight. We got big announcements tonight, huge announcements tonight. If you're here, you're going to find about big things. If you're not here, you're going to be missing out. So this is where you want to be at a point right here, game. And we're all here as a community, and I can't be more excited.
Yeah, and if you are here and you know someone that's not here, make sure you hit them up and get them on the feed, because you're going to want to be here for the news that we'll unveil in a little bit. I know we had tweeted out that we were going to finish or conclude our pre-show with further details about the recently announced Unified Pro-Am LAN event this summer. But tonight is all about these two teams. So we're going to regain focus on what is in front of us tonight, and that's that best of 7 series, and that's that PS5 championship ring. But after this game, we will finally unveil some additional details. And again, X wasn't exaggerating, huge news about the LAN event. But let's kick it off here. Second quarter, 17-15 for GNA. X, tell us a little bit about these two teams as we get kicked off here in this best of 7 series.
Well, we were able to have great interviews with the point guard from Standing Tall, Nate, NC, and we were able to get Merk in here from GNA, and they both had two different sides of the story, and they knew where they were at. Nate knows coming in that he's an underdog, and he loves the role, and you got Merk coming in as Goliath, and he loves the role. So you got two different mentalities right here at their peak of hypeness in the chat, when you got the underdogs, and we've all been in that chat, and then you got the Goliaths, and we've all been in that chat, and both feel that they can't lose. And right here, you can see that it's a close game. So GNA might not be getting what they thought was a sweet matchup, because I've seen both play, and Standing Tall is definitely not going to come in and give anything easy. If anything, you want to be on upset alert tonight. You want to be ready. Even though GNA's got all the big stars, it's going to be a 7-game series, in my opinion. So be ready for the long haul tonight.
Exactly. Yeah, that's 2 straight green threes from Nate. Again, thanks to him for coming onto the pre-show. Claude is going to dribble over half court, looking for an opening. He throws the oop, but that's picked off by Vibes, who is known as Glow, back the other way, and that's a reverse dunk to extend Stand Tall's lead to 3. I'm really excited about the point guard versus lock matchups tonight, X. Claude is going to have to figure out his way around range. Meanwhile, Nate is going to have to deal with Elite Steals. Elite Steals actually, went the distance in the WR Select draft, and I know you had followed that. Tell us a little bit about him and what we can kind of expect from him.
Well, Elite Steals is one of those guys who's really aggressive on the defensive side, being a lock. But when I say aggressive, I mean he's a smart guy who has good high communication, but he also likes to lean on the hand that the point guard is going to. And something that I've seen from him throughout these playoffs is, as the series goes on, he gets tighter and tighter until he's got that chokehold on you, and it's night. So tonight you're going to see probably the same thing. We all have a certain way we go about doing things, and he's going to fill them out as he chokes them out.
347. Sorry, go
and
ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off there,
No, all good.
but you know, we got to give Nate his credit because he's gonna
Right.
have that pregame juice going and that mojo, that good luck. And as you can see throughout the series, he's proved you don't need a big name to have big game.
Yeah, speaking of Nate, he throws the slip. Unfortunately, Snag isn't able to get it to go down. Merck, who again was on the pre-show, waits for his point guard Claude, 347. Very, very tight game here with just over 2 minutes left in the game one of the best of seven series. That's Claude with a green, and that's going to allow GNA to reclaim the lead. It's now 25-23. Nate still with his badge from his 2 shots earlier in the half. Calling for a PNR. He throws that dot to Zaman, and I had watched his, their series in the semifinals, and that's a pass he's willing to make, and that's a pass that opposing defenses are willing to give him. Let's see if that continues to happen as we progress early in this best of seven series. It's going to be a big grind. X, this time Claude with the badge.
Yeah, and him and DJ got extremely good chemistry. They've been together since the beginning of post-draft, like we talked about in the pregame interviews with Mert. And these guys just know each other. And you're going to see DJ really picking up and being the anchor of this team offensively and defensively. And that's where you can see Claude 347 really getting his confidence from and going crazy, knowing you got a center that can always back you up if things get tight.
Yeah. Yeah, and as again, this is going to be a long series, first up to 4. This PS5 ring, as great as these teams have done in the postseason, they're going to have to win 4 more additional games to complete their objective. Stand Tall versus GNA. Let's take a look at the starting fives for both rosters. On Stand Tall, you've got Nate at point. It's Range at lock, Vibes and Zaman playing the corners, and then manning down the 5 position is Snag Misses. Meanwhile, for Generation Next Academy, you have the aforementioned Claude 347 at point, Glizz at the hash, Elite Steals playing lock, Merc in the corner, and at center, Trust DJ Money.
Yep, and with that lineup right there, we also talked to Nate, and he said that Jay Curry could be in late, maybe in the series, and come off the bench. He's on the road right now. He's trying to get there. We've all been there. But don't be surprised if you see the vet come off the bench and make a big splash later in the series.
Yeah, that was an interesting development. We had Merck on the pre-show, and he had mentioned that it was a potential strategy that they were going to employ. And then conveniently, Merck came on, and they recognized that that was a possibility, but you have to play what's in front of you. And what's in front of this Stand Tall defense is 347 with a badge, but he's unable to get that to sink at the buzzer. That's half, and you literally cannot get any closer than this. We're at a heated gridlock, tied at 32 between both squads. This is, if you're expecting and wanting a competitive matchup, we talk about David versus Goliath X. This is exciting to see as a fan, as a neutral fan.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I was saying, Nate's buying into his role. He knows his role. Both chats can really feel the hype off of both angles. You got the Goliath chat. They're going crazy with the big gorilla memes. You're over here. You got the memes in Stand Tall with the Avengers, and they're coming back against Thanos, and people are hyped, and the energy's up. And you know what? It doesn't matter at this point. It doesn't matter at this point, And we could see in the last series that GNA was probably playing with their food, and they really turned up when they wanted to, and they took it when they wanted to. But you know what? In this series, Nate and the crew, Vibes, Zaman, Snags, Range, they're not going to play that. We're right here. We're going to play. We're going to take it to you. We're going to show you what the Avengers are. Thanos, sit down.
That's awesome. I know Lux is a big wrestling fan. It's almost like he threw a promo there.
Oh, yeah.
that was awesome.
That's right, Lux.
That shot doesn't sink for Stand Tall. GNA goes the other way, but Stand Tall with a timely foul to reset side out. 35-32 to begin the second half of game one of this best of seven series. Obviously, X, Winning the first game doesn't guarantee you the series, but man, boy, is it ever important to kind of grab that momentum early.
Yep. And and it's not going to be until you see somebody win on the other guy's kind of court, but in the 2K league virtual realm, it's more like once the series kind of ties up. So right here, I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, it's just game one. It feels good. It feels great, but we're going 7 games. We're going 7 games. This is barely, not even, I wouldn't even count it as the first quarter. We're barely filling each other out. And when it comes to the X's and O's of things, we're going to see that GNA really likes to go with the rat plays, and you're going to see them get some action off of rat plays. So off the top, you're going to want to watch that. You're going to want to look for that. You're going to want to see them work that rat play and the motion. And over here on the other side of the standing tall, Nate really likes to work that pick and roll, but instead of calling so much of plays, he's got really good vision. So he's going to rely on his vision. If you get caught slipping, he's going to dot the corners. He's going to look for the action on the hash. And let's see those two things play out, because that's going to be the first step in both of these teams trying to impose their will and their style of play. So let's see how those things work out.
That's a huge turnover or takeaway from range and standing tall. They need that bucket to go down, but that rims in and out. Nate will reset it. A huge possession here with momentum slipping away. That clanks off front rim, but another offensive rebound from Stand Tall. They really need a bucket here to stop the bleeding, and Snag misses, will oblige, and throws it down. It's now 40-34. It only seemed like it was maybe a minute ago where we were talking about how tight this game was, tied at 32, but a few takeaways from that GNA perimeter defense. And in the blink of an eye, they were up 8. They started the half on an 8-0 run, X, and they sink another 3 there. You can sense a potential kind of breaking of the dam happening here before our very eyes. Nate, point guard for Stand Tall, looking to, again, stop that bleeding, running the pick and roll with Snag. The slip isn't there, so he's going to look for a secondary option. He rejects the screen, rim runs, gets the and one. That is a huge possession for Stand Tall, X.
And I'm telling you, against most point guards, you might see them rattled. We know the names. We've seen them in the last round, and we've seen when a point gap comes about like this, that they fold. You're not going to see that from Nate, and you're continuing to see him answer. The thing is, it's going to be who can produce around them once they get the rock and it's not an open shot. Can you find a way to get a bucket if it's not a catch and shoot? And that's the kind of production that I'm going to need to see from Standing Tall tonight, other than Nate and Snag misses.
There's the stop that Stand Tall was looking for. It's going to be tough to kind of close this gap, this 6-point gap, if they aren't able to get stops. Nate, operating near logo, works his way to left hash, finds the opposite corner, vibes, a.k.a. Glow.
Bang! And that's what I was
it.
telling you, Chris. There's the vision. That's exactly what we've seen. And you pointed that out earlier in the first quarter, second quarter, where he's got that vision. We've seen it before. We've seen him through the playoffs. And instead of calling plays, he's just got what we call eyes. How about just having some eyes? Guys are slipping. Pick your head up. Hit the dot. Easy 3 right there. And that's what you see all 7-game series, whether he's down, whether he's up. Consistency from the guy that you don't know.
Exactly. And it's such a huge couple possessions there from Stand Tall. They were moments away from getting flooded, but they throw the counter punch. GNA looking to throw a punch of their own, but Merck isn't able to get it to go down out of the corner. Of course, he was pressured by that short clock scenario. Vibes waiting for his point guard. Throws the slip to Snags. Let's see if he can get it to go down. That hits side rim, and a timeout from Stand Tall. 13 seconds left on the shot clock. It's seeming like, possessions are starting to slow down. Teams are forcing their opponents to go through their secondary, maybe even third options as they take the initial threats out of the equation, X.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see here, like I said, when we get back to, we can see things as play out, but when we get back to that underdog mentality and we talk about a point differential with a team like this, Coach, being down only makes you more hungry. Like I said, depending on your mentality, and we had that pregame interview, we talked with him. I looked in his eyes. I could read a man, and I can see where he's at. And we know from some of his college experiences that he's somebody who gets it done. He's got the high IQ, and situations like this, he's able to keep into context with big picture, allowing them to continue to keep that underdog mentality. So he's going to keep producing. And anytime there's a 2-3 point spread, possession spread, I'm not going to worry about it because I know my point guard's Nate coming through for me. And that's the way I'd feel on standing tall.
Let's see what Nate can do here with 6 seconds left. He takes the drive, and on the penetration, he throws it down on a reverse dunk. 4 seconds left. Claude with the ball. He crosses half court, finds the corner. Let's see if Merck can get the ball off. No, he's unable to, but still, GNA holds their 3-point lead, headed into the final frame of Game 1. If you're joining us tonight live on Twitch, thank you. If you're catching up on YouTube, we appreciate it as well. This is the PlayStation Championship Best of 7 between GNA and Stand Tall. Nate cocking it back and throwing it down, 45-44. They draw within 1. His stats show up there on the screen, 17 and 9, 1 assist away from a double-double. Claude looking to get those points back. Patient on the pick and roll. Great show. Stand Tall with their triangle defense. Back to 347. Unable to find daylight. Gliz on a short clock here. Throws the ball up and he greens it. And maybe that's that veteran savviness that they were talking about coming into play here early in the series.
And we've seen Gliz. He's a non-green machine. Yeah, you heard me, non-green machine. These whites go in consistently. If you leave him open, he's going to get a green animation. You didn't see it pop, but there it is. Once again, who are you going to blame, Mike Wang or your defense? Now, you got to step up. You can't leave him alone. Gliz is here to get a championship. He's here for the bread, so you better step up. And you know what? He just might deck, so you better figure it out.
Yeah, a bucket is a bucket. Nate now with the ball, down 4, less than 4 minutes left. Obviously, several possessions left in the game, but each one just as valuable. They head to the corner. They reset back out to Nate. He finds snags. Great swing there by the GNA defense, and they get a big stop. Stand Tall will foul to reset the possession, but GNA now up here 4 points. If they can get a bucket here, it's going to be tough for Stand Tall to kind of claw their way back in with just 3 minutes left in the game. Claude breaking Range's ankles, goes to Merck, out to Trust. DJ Money almost loses the ball, but he regains possession. Back to Gliz. Let's see if he can throw up that non-green machine you were talking about, X. Here it comes. And he hits it. And
Come on, man.
52-46 for GNA.
Come on, man. We got the profile. You know what I mean? We know the tendencies, man. We out here, man. We out here. We know them. Now, let me tell you this, though. GNA really hangs their hat on defense. Defense wins championships. So in my mind, Standing Tall's got an uphill battle here as the underdog to make sure that they don't let that lead get too far, because you can keep your confidence and still take an L.
Range hitting that last 3-pointer to draw them within 3, but now they need a big stop here, and it seems like they do get it, but possession is going to go back to the team in pink. GNA up 52-49. It's the opening game. Again, the championship isn't on the line, but it'd be nice to get that first of the series. Again, short clock scenario. Gliz fires up the takeover, hits back rim, but Elite steals. We had talked about him. He comes up with the huge offensive rebound, buys GNA another possession. Is that a charge? They will call it a charge, and it doesn't get really any more dramatic than this. We're going to go the other way. Stand Tall looking to tie or draw within 1. 2 minutes left. Nate looking for an opening. He's going to ask Snags for a PNR. And is that a moving screen? It is, and the refs give and take it back. And we're headed the other direction. That's just unfortunate timing and an unfortunate call there for Stand Tall, X.
And you can see the Stand Tall's really still locked in on defense. A lot of lower caliber level teams would have been unlocked on this possession here. But you can see that they're tight right away. They're doing what they can. It's hard to deal with takeover because they've earned that. They're in that position. They got Mo on their side now, but you can't stop fighting, and that's a good defensive possession, even though they got the score. Now, right
Yeah.
here, you got to come back and just keep that energy. And I can see 2 times already, Nate has pulled his shot down or threw a scary to the corner. That tells me GNA's defense is doing just what we expected, to slowly start to get that chokehold in. We want to switch it up right here, coach, coming into the final quarter.
Nate greening that mid-range from the elbow extended. Gliz on the previous possession knocked down another 3. He's going to try and take advantage of his takeover here. Maybe he gets a reset from Claude. He does. Great help from Vibes out of the corner. 7 seconds left. And Gliz upgrades from his non-green machine to a brand new green machine and perhaps has just put away Stand Tall in this opening game, X.
Absolutely dangerous right there. And that's going to be something that Stand Tall is going to want to communicate about in the next game right away. Hey, what's the game plan here? We can see one-on-one's going to be tough. Do we want to shade? Do we want to shrink the floor? Do we want to hand off? Do we want to switch? Do we want to play sides? Where are we at with that?
I like the resolve here from Stand Tall. Another green from the elbow, this time on the right side. But it looks like the clock is going to be working against Stand Tall here. A quick show, quick double here, and that forces GNA to call a timeout. Just to kind of get situated here, 58-53. We're now only 28 seconds away from concluding game 1 of this best-of-7 series between Stand Tall and GNA. Down 5 points. It's not looking good for the boys in black. But as I say that, they get a quick steal back the other way. They'll take the quick 2 and draw within 3, only 1 possession. They're going to need to come up with a big steal or foul here. GNA on the inbound, they don't see anything they like and call their final timeout. X, this is huge. This is huge. Let's see if Stand Tall can get another takeaway here. 17 seconds on the clock. Look for a quick takeaway, but GNA, as savvy as they are, they work the opposite court, and they throw a little bit of a scary there, but Elite Steals will end up with the ball, and they will put him at the line. No, that was a foul to give, so another opportunity here. Again, they work the other side of the court, and there is that quick foul.
And that's what Merck talked about in the pregame show specifically. They've been here before. They've done this. They've won big. He felt that would be the separation in the series. And you can see right there a timeout, getting it backcourt, calling the time, get yourself in the right situation. They got to the line with an easy one. And it seems to be the slight difference right now, but we'll see what Standing Tall can come up with to make the adjustment.
So it looks like they split the free throws. 7 seconds left. Let's see if they can get a quick 3. Instead, GNA gives up the 2. Range will gladly take it. Just under 4 seconds left. They get the ball through, and there's another savvy move from GNA. They just toss the ball up into the air, and GNA, Generation Next Academy, strikes first early into this best-of-7. Before we kind of head to a quick break, just a few quick thoughts from you, X, on what you saw there in Game 1.
Well, the interviews that we had pregame really gave us a lot of insight because we can see the mentality on both teams. And when you're in a championship game like this, mentality matters. Yeah, we're all about execution. Yeah, we're about getting it done. But there's going to be ups, there's going to be downs. And you can see where that mentality kind of leads your attitude into your actions. And GNA's doing what they did with defense. It's going to hang on defense. They're going to be all about defense. They're going to want to get those easy transition points. So it's going to be up to Nate, which is one of his strengths, is being very productive at a high percentage with low turnovers. Now, against a great defense, and don't get me wrong, this is a great defense by GNA. Those are going to be the things that keep you in it. Staying composed, keeping your turnovers down, sometimes pulling down a shot to get a reset, maybe not going so quick, calling a couple plays. But those are going to be keys going forward, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited to kind of see how the rest unfolds. We're going to take a little bit of a quick break here, maybe grab a glass of water, come back in time, this time in time for Game 2, and maybe we'll come in a little bit earlier than scheduled and just drop the additional details that we've just discovered about the recently announced Unified Pro-Am LAN event this summer. You're not going to want to miss it. We're going to get hyped. Keep it locked. We'll catch you around the corner. Welcome back, everybody. We're just about to lock in with Stand Tall and GNA, game 2 of their best of 7 series. GNA walked away with the close first victory of the night. Headed into game 2, we're going to just take a look at the starting lineups for tonight's matchup. Stand Tall has Nate at point guard, Range at lock, Vibes and Zaman out of the corner, Snag playing center. Meanwhile, for Generation Next Academy, you've got Claude 347 running point, Gliz as the sharp, Elite Steals as their lock, with Merc in the corner and Trust DJ Money. Just kind of diving into those lineups, X, it was Glizzy season who took over late in that fourth quarter. A series of huge buckets and possessions from him to help seal that first game win for his squad. Just talk a little bit about what you saw from the Sharp.
Well, you can see on GNA, everybody's got really defined roles that they step into and just really kill. We've seen them do it throughout the playoffs. We've seen them do it in the semis, and we're seeing them do it early here. You know, when GNA was playing with their food in the last round, the only thing that let them down was their energy. In this series, you can tell that they're not taking any plays off. I haven't seen one, and you can see that they took it in game 1, and they're playing tight right here, right off rip. So it's going to be up to Standing Tall to match that type of energy.
Yeah, we talked about how, the first game, dropping that game 1, it's not the end of the world. It's nice to get, but not absolutely mandatory. Going down 2-0, however, especially as a lesser experienced squad in comparison to GNA, that's not something you'd want to do.
No, and yeah, and we talked about that, and now we're here in this situation, and it's an absolute code red in this situation against this talented of a team. Now, arguably, we've heard on the timeline that these are the best players at their position in post draft. You know what? I mean, it's hard to argue. So going down an 0-2 in the finals to a veteran team that's been together all post draft with league aspirations is not where you want to be. So Standing Tall will respond in this situation.
Yeah, and that vicious throwdown two-hand dunk there from GNA that gets their points on the board, their first of game 2, 4-2. It was a really close and even-keeled matchup in game 1. It wasn't until the third quarter that GNA started to, create that separation. They were up 8 points, and Stand Tall had to dig their way out of a hole. They had to, expend energy trying to climb back and reduce that deficit. This time around, X, it looks like Stand Tall is trying to get off to that fast start. They're up 6-2.
Yeah, and they got that underdog mentality. They're after it, and we can see right here. Ooh, for the quick break, I had to cut it off short because you know what? That's a pretty one right there. But back to the game, and we can see Claude bringing it up, and we can see DJ imposing his will here, doing the same old same. But you're right. See, that's the difference between a standing tall that's got a little bit less experience, and you probably got to have a bigger conversation about Glizz and how to stop Glizz, to where GNA's probably had more games put in, and they've talked about situations like that, and now they just react with the game plan that's already been figured out, maybe series or leagues ago.
Yeah, GNA in that game one, again, we talked about in that third quarter, they had the largest lead of the game, which was 8. Now it's Stand Tall trying to basically give the same treatment. They're now up 8, which marks the largest lead of game 2. Claude looking for an opening there, finds Elite Steals. He attacks the rim. He's able to get that dunk to go down. It's now 10-4. We can probably expect things to slow down a little bit. Stand Tall getting some of their points out in transition. They're going to head to the line here for a pair of free throws to try and extend that lead. 1 minute left. If you haven't already, you can follow both squads on Twitter. Stand Tall can be found at Stand Tall ESP, and GNA can be found at GNA_2K. And if you haven't already, make sure you're using the hashtag WRPlayoffs for reactions, your opinions, anything you might want to clip. Throw it all under that hashtag throughout tonight's festivities, as well as tomorrow evening's Xbox Finals. Now, 12-4, just under a minute. You've got Zaman here bringing the ball up. He's going to wait for Nate, and they're going to run their left hash PNR. Nate dots to the corner. Vibes doesn't like what he sees. They're going to reset back out to Nate. 7 seconds left on the shot clock here. He throws the oop, and I don't know if that even touched Vibes' hands, but it's going to be a 2 points for the throwdown. A little bit of an odd situation there. GNA now with the ball down 10. This is their facing their largest deficit of the night. Claude loses the ball. Let's see which way it goes. And it's going to head the other way. Stand Tall now in prime position here to maybe lead 12, perhaps by 13 headed into the second quarter. Nate loses the ball. I spoke too soon, and GNA back the other way, and they'll get the easy 2 points. That's big for them because right now they're struggling a little bit in the half court, X.
Yeah, and that's what they do. That's what we've seen all last series. Once they get the defense, they're excellent on transition, maybe best in the game. And let me just point this out. 2 possessions ago, we see that Standing Tall had that oop. It went in, and it went in, but it was chemistry. How do I know? Because it was a bang bang play. When they made the pass, the backdoor cut was off the pass, and it was an oop. It worked out.
Yeah, maybe it's a combination of both teams maybe struggling to find their offense and their defense also turning it up a notch, because right now there's a little bit of disorganization out on the perimeter. Both teams being prone to a few careless turnovers, but then again, you got to give credit to these defenses. They're playing lanes aggressively. They're playing like every possession matters here. 16-7, second quarter, game 2. Stand Tall. I mean, this is pretty much as good of a start as you can kind of ask, being down 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that they stay composed. They may be the underdogs, but they're veteran in their play. And just being down isn't something that gets them rattled. And they continue to hustle. They continue to and look at Nate. Simple whoop-de-whoop. Caught him, got him, 3 ball.
Yeah, we haven't seen that from Nate since I'd say maybe midway through game 1. He makes the defender dance and he finds that 3. It's possessions like that are going to make the defense try something new on the next possession, maybe open up that slip a little bit more, X.
Yeah, and he's been trusting his team. He's been making his reads, and that's how they've been getting their production. And you can't fault him for taking what's there, but you always got to do that while being aggressive with the ball and all your animations and all the stuff everybody hates to watch, but the point guard's got to do, and that's the whoop-de-whoop.
And we've given a lot of these point guards, these sharps, these locks, a lot of love throughout the night. But these players out of the corners, Merc, Vibes, and then obviously down low with Snags and Trust DJ Money. Absolutely huge possessions early in game 1. You find it here in game 2. How big are those offensive rebounds for teams, and how much of it is a backbreaker for those defenses?
Well, I would say it's almost pedigree when it comes to a rebounding team. Pedigree in the sense that everybody's got the mindset that we need to get the rebound. It's not just, I mean, on teams like that, you'll see a point guard come down with the rebound. And in championship games like that, if you see things like that, then you can see why teams end up getting wins at the end, because all those little things matter when it's so tight. You're both playing at a high level, both defenses are right there. There's going to be little things like that that are going to help you make that separation. And you can see it right here.
Now, Merck previously hitting that shot out of the corner, and then a vicious dunk there from Stan Tall to get it back. Stan Tall with a 14-point lead. Not only is this the largest lead of game 2, it's the largest lead of the series. GNA with a lot of work to do here if they want to grab a commanding 2-0 lead in the best of 7 series. Claude trying to work for daylight, finds Merck in the corner, but Merck isn't able to get it to go down. It was a clean look, not contested. Going to need some big shots out of him if they want to climb out of this deficit. Nate now coughs the ball up, steals, throws it back behind them, and that's going to result in a backcourt violation. I mean, still a lot of possessions left in the game, but who knows? You might need that one back later.
And I'm seeing what I know who he is. Elite Steel is who I thought he is when I see how heavy he plays the ball hand, but he plays it in certain situations and he's very aggressive on it. And you can see that he's got 2 pokes already, but it's something that the point guard's now aware of. Once it happens the second time, it wasn't luck, it wasn't the game, it wasn't RNG. Now you got to adjust on that, but you can take advantage of that in the same way if you work the screen just right.
Yeah, you talk about Elite Steel's defensive pedigree, showing off a little bit of his offensive repertoire there in the previous possession, greening a shot out of the corner, 27-14. You've got Nate with the ball. He finds Snag on the slip. For some reason, gets pulled into a faded jumper out of the paint. That's going to be a wasted possession. Up 13, they can afford it for now, but let's see if Claude and the rest of GNA can make him pay here. 347, capable of knocking down consecutive shots out of nowhere. He's going to try to make me look smart here, but he isn't able to get that to go down. One of those offensive rebounds we were mentioning earlier. X buys GNA another possession. Merck doesn't like what he sees. 2 seconds left on the clock. 347 sends it out to Gliz. That's no good. And you know what? The Stan Tall defense, they must have talked about something in between games because they seem a little bit more locked in than in game 1.
They're on a string right now. You can see it. They're rotating as fast as they can. You know the communication's high. With Nate's character, I know that they trust him. We talked about how they all bought in. They all came together. They said, you know what, this is our guy, and I'm sure he's being vocal. They're all out there because of the speed of the defense, and you can see it in the transition. They know it's coming. The guy's out already before they even got it.
29-16. Thank you for joining us. Game 2 of the WR PlayStation Finals. I'm one-on-one Chris. With me is the X-Man. In the truck is Coach Jay. 31-16 there. 30 seconds left to go in the half. Let's see if GNA can finish this quarter off strong. You've got Claude crossing half court, working his way to the right hash. Finds his big man. Again, really good chemistry between the two. They're going to take the easy 2. Not opting to hunt threes just yet. Nate now, 13 seconds left. Let's see what he decides to do. He finds Zaman in the corner. It seems like that's been there all series. Zaman can't get it to go down. 4 seconds left. Nate now, ball in his hands. Let's see what he does. Throws an oop. That's no good. They run out of time. It was 32-32 at half, game 1. This time, Stan Tall, 31-18, up 13. What are you liking right now from Stan Tall's side?
Well, it's the composure. It's something that you wanted to see was going to work out in their favor, or if it was something that was going to be affect them in a negative light, but it hasn't. They're playing fast, and that tells you that they're confident in what they're doing. They believe in what they're doing, and they feel that their style can win, especially that you're being up right here. See, in game 1, when you take an L like that, sometimes it just tells your team, it's kind of like how you took the L. And if you feel like that wasn't a valid way that you lost and that's not you, and you come back and you impose your will with your style and you just believe in it, but you got to play faster. That seems like that's what they're doing right now, believing in themselves and letting it fly.
A great dunk there on the rim run from GNA. One thing I'm really liking from Nate X is, you know, a lot of the times in these WR playoffs, if your team drops game one, the point guard kind of feels like they have to take it upon himself to, you know, maybe be shoot first, shoot second, and maybe even shoot third. But in this game two matchup down 0-1, you see here, Nate is only one assist away from the double-double, choosing to continue to rely on his teammates in the second game and not necessarily force the issue.
Yeah, and that comes from confidence. Confidence. Now, a little insight, on what goes on behind the scenes with WR. And, I reach out to guys and I reach out to point guards a lot of the time to try and get their insight, see if they'll come on, see if they'll interview. And Nate was one of the few guys who stepped up and said, hey, I'm ready. Like right away, quick. Now, what does that say? How does that translate into the game? It's confidence. He's comfortable in his own skin. He came on the interview, we chopped it up. He told us what he was about. And that told me how that's going to translate into the game. High level, real confidence. And that's what he's got. And that's what he's bringing tonight. And you're going to see it all series long.
Yeah, I shouldn't really be surprised, man. If any of you guys who are watching right now missed the pre-show, he was calm, cool, and collected, man. We were trying to hit him with questions that might have caught him off guard or caught the average point guard off guard. As 347 catches Range off guard there, gets him to fall back, and he sinks to three. But again, back to Nate, who has the ball currently. He was very calm pregame. He knew what he had to do, despite them being less experienced. He wasn't nervous at all, and I feel like it's reflecting in this second game. As I say that, GNA forces him to cough the ball over. But regardless, stand tall. This is where they want to be, up 10, down 1 in the series. This is, not a must get, but should get from them as Nate drops another 3 from the right hash to extend their lead. 40-27. If you guys are just tuning in, or if you've been here from the beginning, we appreciate you for joining us. It's the best of 7 PlayStation Championship here at WR. It's best of 7. Tomorrow we're going to do the same thing over again on the Xbox side of things. Nate feeling really good. Heat check from the logo. That clanks off back rim and out of bounds. What does GNA kind of need to do here to maybe, get back into the game, take it one possession at a time? I know they were on the other side of the table in game 1, up 8, and Stand Tall had to kind of claw their way back. But what does GNA need to do, head into the final minutes of this third frame?
Well, simply put, be GNA, play defense, hang their hat on defense, come back with some stops. Look, if they can't stop Nate, if they can't stop Nate, then they're going to have a problem all night, because GNA throughout the playoffs and whatever they've done and anything that I've seen, the defense has come easy to them. They got defensive players with high level skill who've been able to choke out point guards, and you get comfortable with that. You get comfortable with scoring easily. And when you can't score easily because the point guard's being productive, then that starts to play with your head a little bit. And we've seen the flopping earlier from GNA, and they couldn't believe it themselves that they couldn't get stops. But they better start believing it, because it's in the championship mode, and you can see Standing Tall's here ready to play.
Yeah, Standing Tall is feeling really good there. They almost forced the 8-second half-court violation, but GNA was able to get that time off with maybe milliseconds to spare. Claude trying to shake Range off, but he can't. He's going to ask for a wrap from Gliz, and there it is. He definitely upgraded from his non-green machine we were talking about earlier, X. A big bucket there from Gliz draws them closer to single digits.
Yeah, that's scary. Look, we talked about it in the first game, and Gliz is something that you have to adjust for. You have to make an adjustment. There has to be a game plan. He's not just somebody that you yell out, help, I'm here, sides. There's got to be more to it. So if they can't adjust, that's going to be a strength. And if I was GNA, I would go to him a little bit more, like we've seen in the last series. They gave him that separation from Gliz by just going to Gliz. And, let's see what they do. Let's see what GNA does.
Gliz getting another look at the basket, but this time he's not able to get it to go. Nate had activated his sharp takeover the previous possession and hit a fadeaway three in the right hash. He's going to look for similar magic this time around, and he hits a dramatically contested shot, fading out of bounds, almost falling over. And that is a demoralizing shot there for GNA to be there hand in the face and for it to still go down. Sometimes it's just all about that takeover badge.
And that's how you smack Goliath in the mouth right there. And that's that's how you get the momentum back.
Big basket. Can't trade 2 for 3s right now, but GNA is going to take it 49-34. Nate still has a little bit left of that takeover, just under a quarter left. Let's see what Stantal does with it. Almost coughed the ball up. GNA playing the lanes there. They were once again looking for Zaman out of that left corner. This time they were able to get a hand on it. 13 seconds left. Nate finds Zaman again. Good swing from the defense. Great defense from GNA. Nate looking for room. Decides to drive to the rim. He's met by 3 defenders, but great offensive putback there from Snags. Almost had Nate hanging on the rim, but they were able to kind of get that to go down. It's 51-34. And again, we talked about that demoralizing shot earlier from Nate. It must be equally demoralizing for GNA to get, stops and swing properly and still not able to get, a defensive stop.
Yep, and there's 2 sides to Nate's game, and that's what makes him deadly. You see him throwing the double-handed jump-out pass from the jump shot to the corner, and you would think, hey, that's a scary. But look, I'm going to tell you what, this guy's been doing it all season. It's muscle memory. It's in the game. He takes advantage of it, and his corners know last second when that corner dips because they thinking it's going to be a rebound, and he hits that corner, you got to stay home. That's not luck. It's a part of his game set.
I don't mean to, conclude the game before it is officially done so, but we could be moments away from both teams just kind of conceding that this game 2 will go to Stand Tall. It should only take another basket or 2. Nate looking for that, finds his favorite outlet, Zaman in the corner. Zaman very disciplined. He's been a solid shooter throughout the playoffs. He has every reason to kind of let every shot go that comes his way, but he's going to reset to Nate. And I think that might be an illegal screen on Snag. Yes, it is. So we're going to go the other way. That's a key stop. 3 minutes left. Honestly, there's not a lot of time left here, but maybe, GNA builds a little bit of positive momentum headed into game 3. And, that kind of puts an end to that. That's a steal there from Nate. That's going to force the quit. Both teams are going to go to game 3, and our hats off to Stand Tall for equaling the series, tied at 1. Big victory for the Mex.
And this is what I expected: a 7-game series, 2 teams well balanced, top to bottom, and something that everybody's starting to be aware of is who's this Stand Tall team. We've seen Jay Curry on the timeline, we've seen him with the stogie, with the HG on the tip. And it's all about the mids and how it was so easy in the last round. Well, we're on to the next round, and people are starting to take notice of who is this? Who's this roster? Who's this PG? Hey, how is DJ and all these and Merc down when they're looking towards the league and they got this super team and the Goliath, their GNA? Well, I can tell you what. We talked about how I feel like championship wins defense. Defense wins championships. And you can see that we thought GNA was going to have the best defense out here. But right now, Standing Tall's got the best defense out here. And you can see that they answered. Now, the adjustments are being made. Locker rooms are being talked, chatter's going crazy. So we're going to see what they come up with right here, right now with the adjustments. It's game 3. It's huge.
You love to see the counterpunch from Stand Tall. Series is tied at 1 apiece. Best of 7, first to 4. Please, stay tuned with us. We're going to head to a quick commercial break, but right afterwards, continued coverage of tonight's WR PlayStation Championship between Stand Tall and GNA. What's up, everyone? As we await the start of Game 3, both teams still loading in, we're going to be talking about the recently announced details regarding the Unified Pro-Am Association LAN event this summer. X, I don't know if you took a peek in the chat to see what the details were. I hope not, because I was hoping to get your immediate reaction out of it. But for those that aren't aware, earlier on the pre-show, we had, Lab TV or Lab Rats come onto the show to give us a little bit of a teaser, right? He had officially announced that the UPA was going to hold a LAN event. We were going to get the best of the best, right? Championship teams from multiple different leagues across the UPA umbrella live in one spot in July. We didn't get any additional details outside of that, but now we can officially say, X, that the event at bare minimum will have a $30,000 prize pool.
Whoa,
bare minimum.
Did you say 30,000?
Right, 30K.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna have to double check with Evan Lux. Did we 30K, bro?
Yes,
30K?
So we're being told that it's going to be at bare minimum. The best of the best will be duking it out for not your average run-of-the-mill pot, but we're looking at 30K minimum on the line. We hope.
My God.
I mean,
That's
hopefully
crazy.
it
That's
brings
crazy.
out the
Look,
best out of everyone.
We haven't seen a pot that big in a while. That's huge paper. You're definitely going to see the best come out. They're going to want it. Look, the community's all about the bread. It's all about the bread. Hey, you pay me. And this is what we got right here. A big old, you said at minimum. See, people are thinking about even more now, even more, even bigger. But look at it's 30K right there. What could we do with that? Hey, depending on the size of the team, that's a little chunk of change. We can go about and get a little this, a little that. I'm already thinking about what I want to spend it on. Look at that. That's dope right there. Cash on the green. Man.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting news. On top of the $30,000 prize pool, again, weekend of July 4th, it's going to be held in the Dallas area. Okay, so if you're in the Dallas area, perfect. It's going to be on your home turf. If not, we're going to have to converge in on Dallas and fight it out for this $30,000. I'm excited to kind of see how it all plays out. Obviously, the NBA 2K League is just around the corner, less than a month away. And X, we talked about this during the pre-show. Sometimes post-draft can get a little repetitive. People have that burnout from grinding the game in pre-draft with ambitions to make the league, going out of your way to brand yourself, going through player interviews, putting yourself through the grind of the combine. And again, sometimes post-draft can be a little iffy, but with, this exciting turn of events, this plot twist, this is about to be the, one of the most, if not the most exciting post-draft experience.
Yeah, and you know what? You know what's not iffy? Bread. $30,000. Okay, $30,000. Look at that. Oh, okay, cloud's cool. Screenshot. Hey, that's great. But $30,000, that's where I'm trying to be, man. I ain't worried about nothing else. $30,000. Hey, stagnant. Oh, that gets stagnant gets old. Being stagnant gets old when you hear about 30K on the line. Now everybody's gonna be out. Everybody's gonna want it. And that's where everybody's going to be. All the excitement for 30K at least.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. And I love the fact that it's going to be a LAN event, right? With the pandemic, with COVID, we've been robbed of a lot of stage moments in the 2K League. And so for this to be, the just, our coming out party, right? After the pandemic, post-pandemic, have the best of the best come in. It's going to be exciting. Now, keep in mind, okay, because this is a UPA event, the only way to qualify is to compete in one of those UPA affiliate leagues, right? Talking about like WR, MPBA 2K, ADBAs. Like you have to compete in these leagues. And, the more successful you are in these leagues, the more legacy and ranking points you're going to be getting, which will make you eligible.
And it's all about legitimacy. And right after you get the cash and you're ready to spend, it's that legitimacy, an actual championship for the real legitimate leagues. And that's what the umbrella is all about. And that's the community coming together and saying, this is our consensus champion for the biggest pot.
Yeah, exciting stuff, ridiculous stuff. But with that said, that's going to lead us back into the main event of tonight. As exciting as the UPA news is, we're about to lock into Game 3 of the PlayStation Championship here at WR between Stand Tall and GNA. The series is now tied at 1 apiece. Stand Tall with a critical and crucial win in that Game 2 to avoid going down 2 games. Based off how different Game 1 and Game 2 was, I'm unsure how this third game will open up, but I guess we'll find out in the first couple minutes here.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the players themselves don't know. And that's the excitement of playing the game. You never know the outcome. You got so much confidence. You got so much fire. But let's get the execution going and let's get those butterflies out.
Exactly. Now, GNA with the first bucket to kick things off in Game 3. Nate, who was excellent in that second game, turns the ball over on that alley-oop attempt. GNA on the fast break. Merc isn't able to finish as Snag blocks him from behind. Back the other way. Vibes, patient with the ball. Another one of those draft prospects in the Season 4 Combine. Nate looking for daylight here. Isn't able to get it. He's being absolutely smothered. He's going to go to his outlet and Vibes, asking him to create here out of the corner, which is a tough ask. Gets the free board there. Snag retains possession for Stand Tall. Gets it back. Finds Zaman in the corner, and he hits the 3. And I've been so impressed by Zaman out of the corner. He continues to be open, not all the time, but his teammates have been doing a good job of finding him when that option is there. And when he does get the ball, it's basically automatic.
Yep, and you can see why they trust him. You can see the production for yourself, even if you don't know a name like Zaman. And that's what this is all about, with these guys being the underdogs. And you might not know some of these names, or a guy like Snag Misses who you've seen around, but now you see him in the big game. You see him on the biggest stage, and you can see him competing against high talent like DJ, who's arguably, in my opinion as well, the best center in post-draft. When we just had a chat on the timeline about Xbox or PlayStation, and they said we had no centers, but yet we have the best centers. So, just a side note for the community there, this is what we're watching tonight, the best of the best. And look at Snag.
Yeah. No, that's again, you couldn't have said it any better. Claude now with the ball, short clock scenario. They tend to kind of go to Gliz in these moments, and he comes through for them again. 6-6 now.
Green King. Every time. You got to watch him, bro. When the ball gets loose, when it's going up, I'm getting excited. Find that man. Don't lose track of him. He's going to get him a bucket. He's dangerous. I love the gameplay.
Yeah, he seems to be that initial, break glass in case of emergency option for GNA. 8-6 now. Stand Tall gets it right back. These teams going back and forth, tied at 1 apiece. To kind of get that 2-1 lead, gives them a little bit of breathing room in the series. Claude, informing us on Twitter that losing is not an option tonight. Goes to Gliz. He's heating up. He's looking for space, trying to do it without the PNR. Great defense there from Stand Tall. And with the fade, hits the jumper over his man, and it's 8-8. A lot of creativity coming out of that shooting guard position from Gliz.
Yeah, that's a complete skill set right there, man. That's a Kobe Bryant right there. He put his back to the basket, turned, post fade, hit it again, confidence, knew what he was doing, did it 1,000 times in practice, and he was ready for the situation. Look, let's be honest. The shooting guard situation is a bailout position. The point guard is going to hold heavy, and then when things get hairy, he's going to throw it over. But great shooting guards ask for that situation. Yeah. Believe it or not, great shooting guards say, hey, X, if you're in a bad situation, the clock's getting down, let's not ruin your takeover. Get me the rock. I'll do what I need to do, and I'll get us a bucket. And you know what? 8 to 9 times out of 10, a guy like Killer Kev, who made the league, who does things just like that, had this kind of style and this kind of mentality. And you love to see it, man. He continues to get buckets and show why he belongs.
Yeah, and I mean, it's coming, especially in the context of a championship game, X, where both teams are going to be sound defensively, and with assuming that the lock is going to be matched on the opposing point guard, to have a secondary option out of the opposite hash, whether it's a double ball handler or just another sharp lock, to be able to work the other team's point guard is huge.
Well, look, I'm going to tell you this. Something that I've noticed on a couple possessions ago is that you can see Snag is playing the free throw line on defense, and that's not allowing DJ to get the easy rolls that we've seen on series before. And the reason why that's all playing out is because that's range is able to continue to fight through and give the opposing point guard trouble while getting around the screen. Now, he's able to do that on the island, so it's 2-on-1, and he's winning that battle, which allows his center to sit deep and not let the paint be a problem and not let DJ get involved. And if DJ's not getting involved, GNA's going to have a problem.
Elite Steals missing that wide open look out of the corner. That's going to set the stage for Stand Tall here on this last possession. Nate rising above the GNA defense and throwing it down on 3 defenders there, X.
And once again, punching Goliath right in his mouth. We heard Merk on the stream saying, hey, this is us. We're the best. And he just punched them right in their mouth. GNA needs to respond down by 3, but that's a big 3. When you see Standing Tall playing this kind of defense, starting to get more confidence, saying, hey, you got a big name, but we're about to drop you off.
That's a huge bucket there. 13-10. Great start from the boys over at Stand Tall. Snag misses on the block here, trying to back down the opposing center. They head out to range. He misses it, but Snag comes up with the offensive rebound and buys his team another possession. Again, series tied 1-1. Stand Tall, GNA, PS5 championship. Nate pulls back on the trigger, finds Snag on the slip, who slams down the 2 points. It's now 15-10. Things are starting to slow down a little bit. Offenses are being forced to kind of go through multiple different reads here as they take away primary options. Now you have Trust with the ball, finds 347. Again, not a lot of breathing room on both sides, X. Claude going to need to throw a desperation shot up. That's 45% contested, but doesn't matter. He hits a big 3. That's a much-needed basket from GNA.
And even though he got a 3 as a point guard, when you get a 3 like that, that's not something that's going to bolster your confidence, but it is going to make you feel like you're still on track. And on the next possession, you want to be a little bit more focused to get a better look and have your team have confidence that they can see their point guards getting open, clean looks, and greening up. So we'll see right here. We've seen him do it before. He's a vet. I expect him to do it. It's a long game, a long series, and it's really DJ I'm looking at right here. It's really other ulterior players, but there he is showing up, and that's what I expected.
Now, Range getting caught on the jump there. That allowed Claude to slowly back out to the perimeter for a wide open look, and he made no mistake about it. Snag slip is there. He waits for Trust to kind of fly by him, and he throws up the easy two off the glass. Stand Tall regains the lead. Several different lead changes here in the first half of Game 3. Series is tied 1 apiece. If you're tuning in for all reactions, clips, and everything else, make sure you're using the hashtag WRPlayoffs. Keep everything nice and organized for us to kind of keep track of. Throwdown there from the big man of GNA. And in X, we're going back and forth here, 18-17. Nate's turn now. Let's see if he can find a little bit of that magic that he had in the second game. They're able to clip Elite. He finds Vibes in the corner. We haven't heard much from him lately as GNA has been taking him away out of the corner. This time, he is able to get the shot to go down. How difficult is it for corners to be able to stay ready and know that, you know, they may not get a lot of shots in this game, but they have to be super efficient? How difficult is that?
Absolutely difficult. And like we've talked about in other series and other games, a naked shot isn't as easy as it looks, especially with the ratings and how the game plays. And to knock those shots down is huge, just huge. It's almost hard to put into words. When your fourth and fifth players are coming through for you, then that's usually a sign that you're going to win the game or you're winning the game at that moment, because that's just the way stacks break out in the mojo of the game.
Yeah, it's like coming off the bench, right? You don't get to warm up. You don't get to kind of feel the game out. You got to come out hot. You know, your point guards are able to kind of throw up a lot of shots and get into the rhythm, but out of the corner, you got to be able to hit. You got to be able to hit effectively. Stand Tall isn't able to kind of do that out of the hash. Back the other way, Claude with a badge, and he's fouled right away. I really love what I'm seeing out of Stand Tall to prevent the fast break. They don't mind throwing that foul out occasionally to reset things and reset their defense and get aligned. They'll overplay Claude there, but they'll find their option out of the corner. Huge three from GNA. And again, yet another one of those lead changes, 23-22. Just over a minute left to go in this half. The alley-oop is not there. Let's see if Steels can finish this fast break, and he does. That is now 25-22. GNA's, I believe it's their largest lead of this third game.
Yeah, and other than the lead, what I really took away from those last couple possessions is GNA did what we've seen them do at certain times, and they're tightening up. And those last possessions up, the defense did what it normally does. And there's Nate again, firing back. What a great series. This is so exciting, man. It's back and forth. I love this basketball. This is high level. This is championship. Nothing sloppy out here tonight. Everybody's playing their best. We got takeover back. And that $30,000 from earlier. Oh my! I'm still thinking about the $30K, man.
There's a lot going on. Gliz thinking about what he can do to keep GNA in the lead. He hits another three. Nate feeling the pressure here, but time in and time out, he's able to kind of come through for his team whenever he senses that GNA is trying to run away from it or at least create a little bit of separation. He's able to make a play for his team. A little bit of a bait there, like almost Trae Young-esque. He has the defender on his back and forces the ref to call the whistle. It's now 28-26. Stand Tall only down by 2. Let's see if GNA holds here for the last possession. Difference between shot clock, game clock is only about half a second. Claude working the pick and roll here with DJ Money. Trying to hunt for his three. It's not there. He's going to explore the mid-range in the paint. Throws up an awkward-looking shot, and it looks like DJ climbed the back of Snag there. And because Stand Tall is in the penalty, it's going to be 2 free throws for the team in black.
Yep, and you can see that's Range continues to fight through the defenders and box at PG, or just at least give him I wouldn't say box. Let's give the man some respect. But he's absolutely keeping his average down, and that's what you want to do in a championship game. He's not getting anything easy. When he does get a shot, he's thankful that he got it. And hats off to Range so far because he's really stepping up tonight.
Now, 28-27, GNA up 1. This is very similar to the game 1 halftime score. As we take a look at the halftime highlights, a lot of good things from both sides here in this third game. They don't want to fall behind in the series. A couple critical possessions upcoming here in this third quarter in terms of momentum. GNA seeming to agree with me as they take the ball away, but great defensive transition defense there from Stantal initially. Unfortunately, they're unable to get the full stop there. It's now 30-27. And again, let's see if Nate is able to generate some kind of offense for his team. And right on cue, the defense parts open for him. And like a red carpet, he's able to walk his way to the rim. 30-29. Claude now trying to work the pick and roll. He gets by Range, gets him on his back, tries to crab him. Doesn't like what he sees, so he resets. Now running short on the shot clock here. Great swing there by Zaman, but they find the opposite corner, and now it's 33-29. You can kind of sense here the game is in the balance. Stantal is going to need a bucket here.
Yeah, and even though it's a couple possession game, we know this is the games that GNA likes. And even though we're seeing Nate slash to the basket, GNA is taking a lot of things away. And this couple possessions is bigger than it looks when you're playing against that defense that can turn it up at any moment. And in this last quarter, you've seen GNA starting to wake up.
Yeah, exactly. And for those who consistently play in these WR leagues and tournaments, even though it's third quarter, if you're, again, like you said, you're playing against a good defense, you don't want to be down 2-3 possessions down the, late in the fourth, because opposing defenses will just kind of have you trapped and give you the 2. They'll gladly trade 3 for 2s or 2 for 2s. So you want to be able to keep pace now. It's got to happen now for the Stantal offense. And, I totally see what you're kind of saying. It's almost like GNA is giving up that rim run.
Yeah, you can see it. And that's because they've decided to take certain things away. And at the right moment, or I guess you would say at the wrong moment, they'll go ahead and take that away for a surprise and see if they can go the other way and get that defense and that easy offense working like they usually do.
There it is. You had the corner dip into the paint there to take the slip, and Nate anticipates that, finds the corner, and that's the 3 that they were looking for, X.
Too smart. That's it. Too smart. Hey, I seen it coming. I seen it 2-3 possessions ahead. I'm dictating the pace right now, and I came up the court. I already knew what I was going to do, and that's what he did. That's what he got, and that's great production. We've seen he has a vision, and like I told you guys, it's not luck. It's a read. It's something he's done. It's something they've talked about, and it's something that his team's ready for.
You guys are watching the WR PlayStation 5 Season 29 championship between Stantal and GNA. It's a best-of-7 series. If you're just tuning in, the series is locked in at 1-1, and we're in for a close finish here in Game 3. GNA in pink, Stantal decked out in black. Gliz, time in, time out. He's been the bailout option in late clock scenarios. Merck is able to buy them another possession here, and Steels will reset to Claude before they're fouled. It's really, really tightening up here. Let's see what GNA decides to do. Up 1, trying to keep Stantal at bay, running the pick and roll. No slip there. He gets the crab, and he hits the 3, and he greens it, so there's no doubt about it. 42-38. Great possession there from Claude, who displayed a very immense amount of maturity and patience there.
Yeah, he sure did. And now the crab and staying under control. When at any moment with that type of crab that he had, the defender could have shot through and really got him, but he just stayed composed and did what he needed to do.
Yep, 42-40. Stantal, credit to them for taking what the defense is giving to them, Range gonna need to kind of step up here. He gets clipped on the screen, but Snag fills in for him. That allows Range time to recover here. Let's see how the defense plays this. They triangle over. A lot of swinging here happening from Stand Tall. Again, Gliz going to be called upon to make a shot. This time, he isn't able to. Not a lot of time left in this third quarter. Down one possession. Nate activating his sharp takeover. You see a GNA double teaming and getting the trap animation. That's going to force ST to call a timeout. All attention is now on Nate here. You don't want to give up a bucket, and you want to try and defend Nate here because he has his badge. He's going to draw a little bit extra attention here. He's got Zaman in the corner. He doesn't go to him. He loses the ball and steals, finishes the possession. It couldn't have gone any better for GNA. Not only do they get the stop, they're able to get a 2-point swing out of it. 2 seconds left. And he's blocked this time. 2 great defensive possessions from this veteran squad, X.
And that's a tough situation because you want to slow it down and you want to stay in control. And the defense ends up using that against you by playing a little bit aggressive on angles. And there's nothing you can do there. That's what you wanted. It didn't work out. You got to get right back into this fourth quarter and get your lead back. You're down 2 possessions, but you got the rock. You got your takeover. You got to be feeling dangerous here. And you know you got confidence from this point guard here. So let's go ahead and see him. I expect a bucket out of him or a clean dot from the corner on this possession here.
Just a lot of struggles on the offensive side here, but Snag will put an end to that. Great outlet look there from Nate, who is feeling a lot of pressure. Really impressed by how Steels has been playing him on the last 3 possessions. And right on cue, he delivers a knockdown, surefire 3 to extend the lead to 5. Nate hasn't gotten a lot of production with this badge. GNA doing a great job of taking multiple different options away, but he's going to rise up for the contact dunk. But that's partly because the GNA defense is taking away his 3.
Yep, playing really aggressive, and they're going to live with that. They're like 2, that's fine. We know this point guard can get the 3. We feel he's a threat. We respect them, and we're going to make the smart basketball play.
Claude gets the defender on his back again, but this time he's not going to be able to get that to go down. Tense moments here in the final 3.5 left in game 3. Nate no longer with his badge, but maybe he's better off with it as he didn't really get much offensive production out of it. Now Stand Tall perhaps just settles back into their normal offense. He isn't able to get that contested shot to go down. Elite steals back the other way, and great block there. Very LeBron Iguodala-esque. That's a key defensive stop for Stand Tall. You don't want to fall down behind more than 1 possession with things tightening up. GNA will retain possession, though. Let's see what they do here. Gliz starting with the ball. He's going to try to work the opposing point guard here away from the lock, but Range wanting to get in on the action, X.
You got to do something, and trying to get it out of that might be a win for them just to get the rock out of Gliz's hands, maybe thinking somebody else would get it, but nope. They're going to give it right back to him, and here he comes again.
And great job there on the slip from DJ Money. And, we saw a lot of, shot-making ability and shot creation from Gliz in the first 2 games. On that possession, X, showing off a little bit of that vision, showing off that playmaking in part of his repertoire.
Well, he's so much of a threat. He could have closed his eyes and made that pass. They had a double team up on him. They had shade in the corner. They're making an adjustment. It's a little bit aggressive. You gotta, let's take that to the next level and see if we could bait that on the next one. But that's the kind of respect you got to give Gliz. You just got to execute a little bit better.
DJ Money, who's been working the glass all game and has been doing all the little things, gets his moment to shine, creates a look for himself, and is able to throw down the dunk, get the harm and the foul. He's going to go for the 3-point play the old-fashioned way, but that free throw animation and that rating isn't going to help matters there. 51-46, Stand Tall down by 5. You need the 3 at some point, right, X? But not necessarily right now.
No, you definitely want to continue to take what the defense gives you. The three might even open up on this possession here. If he can get a good look and work the pick and roll and be aggressive for a two, you might see when somebody swing over from the corner reckless and get a dot three. But there's
Both
still
point
plenty of
guards.
time here, Chris. That's for sure.
Exactly. Both point guards just showing a little bit of finesse there, getting the defender on their back with that little crab animation, and he sinks it. It's now 51-48. Claude has a clean look there, slightly late on the release, but that won't matter. That's still going to clank in. 53-48. The clock is now working against Stand Tall, down 5. Again, they're going to need to take whatever the defense gives them, but time is running out. Nate picks up his dribble. Range gets the ball, but great defense from GNA. Almost a steal there. Nate, looking for daylight. 4 seconds left on the shot clock. Is absolutely smothered. Snags, throws up a desperation shot, and that won't go down. Amazing defensive possession there from GNA. They're going to have an opportunity here to really put this game away. Up 5. Claude looking for room. Doesn't see what he likes. Super patient so far. Likely going to go to the Gliz on this wrap. He does. Gliz looking a shot from the mid-range. He doesn't get that to go down. But Gliz with the takeaway. And that is such a huge possession. Finds Merck, and that should do it. 56-48. I had trouble kind of keeping up with that. Just kind of walk us through what just happened. What that was just chaotic.
Let me explain this. Gliz is nuts. All right. Gliz is nuts, and he's going crazy right now. He's got an eye for the ball. He wants to rock back. I almost think he's only making defensive plays so he can get himself another shot. I love it. He just wants it. We talked about these players in every series. There's one on every team. If you're going to be a great team, you got to have one of these guys. He's a nut. He's crazy. He wants to get a shot. He needs another shot. He's crying for the ball. He wants to rap. He's tough. And that's great. That's perfect. And you can see him producing right here for his team. You love guys like that. And you know, that seems to be the difference when they're winning. Gliz is getting buckets. And if they can take him away, maybe in the series on the next one, make an adjustment, then that might be a key going forward.
Elite steals with a huge offensive rebound, and that should do it as Stand Tall backs out of the game, and that officially secures game 3 for GNA. So, you know, so far, a back and forth affair, right? GNA taking the first game. However, Stand Tall throwing that counter punch we talked about in game 2. And then now GNA reclaiming that series lead 2-1. What we're going to do right now is head to a break as both teams load up and prepare for game 4. Please keep it locked in. This is the WR PlayStation Finals live. We'll see you as soon as both teams load up into the arena. For his team.
Offense working like they usually do.
There it is. They tension here. He's got Zaman in the corner. He doesn't go to him. He loses the ball.
Threat. He could have closed his eyes and made that pass. They had a double team up on him.
Gliss with the takeaway. And that is such a huge possession. Finds Merc, and that... Welcome back, everybody. We are about to kick things off in Game 4 of this best of 7 series between Stand Tall and GNA. What's on the line? A PS5 Season 29 WR Championship ring for each of these gentlemen. Big things coming up, obviously, with the announcement that the UPA will be holding a LAN event this summer for $30,000.
Oh my
$30K,
God,
X.
30K. Oh, jeez, the things I would spend that money on. Let me tell you right now.
Huge event, and obviously to qualify for that, you got to play in one of these UPA leagues, and obviously WR being one of those. So it's not just these championship rings that Stand Tall and GNA are playing for, X. It's, being able to kind of lock their place in and gain those ranking points, gain those legacy points, so that they have a shot at that 30K prize pool.
Yep, and that money at 30,000K, that could take you a long way. If you used in the right ways, you invest it, you do a little this, you get some stock, it could be life changing. So cash like that, everybody's gonna want to be involved. Everybody's gonna want to go for the big bread.
Right, we talk about invest in esports and it being the future, and it doesn't get really any more exciting for the Pro-Am community than that. But back here to Game 4, GNA up 2-1. We've got Nate with the ball. We saw a lot of this early in Game 3, not even really early, but throughout the entirety of Game 3X, where Nate was able to kind of rim run, a little bit of mixture of, taking what's given to him and just being assertive on that side of the ball. And Claude sliding out of bounds. Hopefully he did not lag out. It's looking like he lagged out. So what we'll do then, you know what, X, not going to even complain. That's our first one of the night here on this broadcast. You kind of have to expect something like that may happen over the course of a 7-game series.
Yeah, and that's just a part of the game. Everybody's been there right now. Somebody grab a cold one, grab a snack, get comfortable. This is part of the game, but that gives us an opportunity to kind of talk about and slow down on what I still feel like is probably going to be a 7-game series. But let me tell you why it could go a whole nother direction really fast. And that's GNA's defense. That's the league prospects, DJ and Merc. Mm-hmm. DJ is in a battle right now with Snags, and we talked about how good that Range is coming through on defense, allowing Snag to really stay under DJ and not allowing him get those rolls, even if he's setting a big body on top. And 347 Claude's done a good job of looking for Glizz, playing the hot hand, making sure that he keeps his aggressiveness in check, we'll say, to make sure that Glizz is shining, because Glizz gives them that separation. They have trouble shutting them down. And you can see that even when they talk about how they're going to game plan against him and making those adjustments, it's still a bit of a struggle because he's such a threat. You can easily overplay that and get yourself into trouble, a lot of trouble. Now, when we're talking about a 7-game series turning into a short 2 more games left kind of series, it's going to be that defense. And that's what I'm looking for. It's all about GNA and what they're going to do going forward right now.
Yeah, no, and we were kind of talking a little bit about this off air. For me, I feel like if GNA wins this 4th game and goes up 3-1, it's not anything against Stand Tall. It's just how close the games have been. If we had Vegas odds on this, it would be Stand Tall would be, heavy underdogs. It would be very difficult for them to reverse sweep the 3-1 deficit and win 4-3. So for me, I think this is pretty much a must win for Stand Tall. I could be wrong by the end of it, but just how close and evenly matched these teams have been throughout portions of their games, they're going to need to come out with a huge win here in this 4th game. But what we'll do right now is we'll put it on a quick hold. We'll go to a break. And as soon as the teams lock in, we'll resume broadcast. But I'm one-on-one Chris. That's X-Men. You're watching the WR Finals live on Twitch.
All right. I'm good when you guys are. Coach, are you gonna throw roster? Welcome back, everyone. I'm one-on-one Chris. With me is X-Man. It looks like both teams have their technical issues figured out. Let's take a look at the rosters for Stand Tall and GNA. Series lead goes to GNA right now at 2-1. For Stand Tall, you've got Nate at point guard. That's Range at lock. Simon out of the corner, as well as Vibes, who had previously went as Glow. And then, of course, Snag misses at center. For Generation Next Academy, you've got Claude 347, Glizzy, who's been spectacular tonight as their sharp. Elite Steals as the lock, Merc out of the corner, and Trust DJ Money at center. 2-1. X, how are we feeling?
You know, this is exactly the series I expected. Back and forth. We're in the game 4, and some of the things that I'm looking for right here is if Standing Tall can make an adjustment for Glizz, and on the other way, let's see if GNA can continue to shrink Nate's playing court size right there, and just continue to tighten the noose on him and really get him into a situation where his scoring comes down and they're not able to find a second option.
Yeah, for me, I want to see what Stand Tall does to take away Glizz. I know their primary concern is making sure Claude doesn't go off, but they're going to need to have a contingency plan for when Glizz has the ball in short clock scenarios, and they're going to have to work on protecting the ball, as Elite Steals has been a constant pest in the side of Nate all series long. Zaman the other way, but that's a block from Merc. And at a breakneck pace, Elite Steals throws up an easy 2. And so far, early in this fourth game, X, it looks like GNA is ready to kind of, take a commanding lead of this series.
Now you want to see if Standing Tall can have that emotional endurance. You don't really play 7-game series too often, and is a big championship game like this with all this emotion early. You want to see if they can continue to sustain that consistency that Merck talked about. He felt that GNA had the advantage of with more experience in these bigger games.
That's a great point, right? A 7-game series, it's something that's rarely done as GNA hits another 3, and you can kind of sense momentum slipping away from Stand Tall. But just to kind of touch back on that best of 7 series point you made, it's not just physically exhausting. It takes a mental toll on you to grind through this, lengthy extended series. It's just something that not a lot of players are used to, and it can possibly play a role down the stretch of this series, X.
Oh, it's absolutely playing a role right as we speak, and we can see it playing out. But another thing that we got to get from an X and O's or a stat sheet or just basketball 2K-ness is Nate needs help. We're gonna need somebody to be able to score when they get the rock besides a catch and shoot. If you get the rock, you're gonna have to hold it. You might not want to reset it. Give the man a break. Be a threat. Change the way the defense is playing Nate by stepping up yourself. We gotta have that because GNA's got it in Gliz. So Standing Tall's got to show that they got one other guy. I want to see who could that be. Could that be Range? Could that be Vibes? Could that be Zaman? We're going to need it on more than just catch and shoot at this point.
Yeah, no, I totally agree to have that secondary option who can create their own shot when things aren't going your way on your possession and your first and second read aren't there. Who's going to step up to help support Nate? Obviously, catch and shoot scenario is also important, but you're going to need to go off script sometimes.
Yeah, because a defense like GNA is not going to leave that open forever. In fact, really good defenses sometimes give you a little something early, just that easy stuff, just to feel comfortable enough. And when they know they want to turn it up and turn it on, they take it away, which is chaos for the offense. And that's where they start to get that transition, that run, that GNA basketball off of defense. When you had it sweet early, now you can't even breathe. And next thing you know, you're down 10 after 4 possessions.
GNA up 1 with just over a minute left to go in the opening frame of this game 4 in a best of 7 series. GNA up 2-1. Range was trying to wrap around. He wasn't able to get around the defender. He goes a separate path. Snag here looking to create his own shot. Little Euro step action, but isn't able to get it to go down. Claude the other way. He's going to settle into his pick and roll with DJ Money. Little in and out dribble there. Drives to the rim, and he's basically stuffed by the rim there. He hangs for safety. Nate to Zaman. Zaman doesn't like what he sees, and savvy foul there from Gliz to reset their defense. Every possession counts here as we go deeper and deeper into this best of 7 series. Nate now drives, walled off by this GNA defense. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. He finds Range, who passes it to Vibes. Vibes can't get the floater to go down. A little bit awkward. Range now ends up with the ball. He isn't able to get it to go down, but he's able to regain possession. The ball kind of bouncing off a few different players there and into the hands of Nate, who throws it up to Range. And, maybe they kind of say that's exactly how they drew it up, X. Now, 12-11, up 1, Stand Tall to begin this second quarter. Down 5 initially, but they were able to claw their way back down and not have that deficit get out of hand. Nate now going for another alley-oop, and Snags is able to get that to go down. It's now 14-11. Merck now waiting for his point guard, Claude with a little bit of a behind the back dribble. Looking for room, but Range doing a great job fighting through multiple screens. DJ Money now, 3 seconds on the shot clock. Spin move. Great defense there from Snag. Talk about a little bit of rule of verticality. Roy Hibbert-esque. Goes straight up down. Is able to contest that shot. Nate really having to work hard for his possessions. He finds Vibes, but Vibes isn't able to get that open look.
Yeah, and you can see that it's that tight game we expected. But I'm not surprised that Standing Tall was just up and looking to maybe possibly take that lead back on this possession right away quickly with the aggressive point guard and the character that this team has. You know that they're going to continue to live up to that name, Standing Tall, right up with Goliath. Here we are in game 4 in a big series on the biggest platform, WR, for the championship. And this is everything that I wanted to see. And I knew by talking to these guys and watching these games and watching this all play out, this was going to be 7 games. And I'm not surprised that we're here right where we're at. And I'm not surprised that Standing Tall is leading the way.
Yeah, 1916, big 3 from Nate. It's been a while since we've seen him hit a 3 in the PNR. Claude trying to make Range dance there, using DJ Money as a brick wall. Now we move to that, as we mentioned, Gliz is that secondary option, and he hits that 3. Who can be that similar player for Standing Tall? 19-19 now. Nate working that mid-range. He greens it. Now 21-19, both teams going back and forth. GNA with a 2-1 lead. If you're just tuning in, this is the WR Season 29 Championship as GNA throws down a dunk. It's a best-of-7 series. Championship rings on the line between these two teams. Nate now activates his takeover. Throws a very early release. Poor timing shot there. You very rarely see that. Don't know if it was connection related, but GNA is going to take it. Gliz now, without a pick and roll, is met at the rim. He isn't able to get the and one, but aggressive attack from Gliz. He's shown he can be successful at different layers of the game, whether it's that outside shot, playmaking, or attacking the rim X.
Yeah, and at this point, I think Gliz doesn't even know he had got a point guard. He gets the rock, and he's like, you know what? This is everything I need right here. Me, the rock, the rim. What else do I need? He goes to work. He wants it now. He gets it now. And he's, you know what? When you're on a team like this and you got the aspirations that you want to make the league, you want to change your life, you want to take it to the next level, here at the championship game, hey, what are you going to do? Reset it every time? Go get a bucket. And that's what he's doing. Showing that he can get a bucket on more than just a catch and shoot, shows there's levels to the game, and Gliz continues to be the difference maker.
And if you want to play for 30K, right?
30K, wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna spam that as much as I can because it's not often you get to say that. As Claude greens a 3, jumping up and down to kind of signal that he knew it was headed down. It's now 26-23. Nate now with his takeover badge. The last time we saw him with this, they weren't able to capitalize. And a little bit of the same here. Great defense by Trust DJ Money. Gliz finds Merck. What a dot. Great pass. And again, that corner offense just being super efficient for GNA. Stand Tall needs to be careful here. I know it's only the second quarter, but they need to get a bucket. Nate will draw a foul, but man, it just seems so difficult right now for Stand Tall.
Look, let's say they can't change who they are in the championship game, and they probably can't. So Nate is their offense. That's how they're going to do it. The GNA, if they haven't slowed him down by now, they're probably not going to be able to. He's probably going to continue to be who he is. And for them, if there's going to be an adjustment and they're not going to change who they are offensively, they can't at this point. It's got to be the defense. So I'd be preaching to my team, look, if we can turn Gliz's strength into a weakness by turning that into transition, by us knowing that he's going to get a rock, we can throw a double, we can throw a crazy look, we can go a little reckless, we can take advantage of it, go the other way, get some buckets on defense, and that's where we can show that we won early in the series through our defense. Let's get back to that and go from there.
A great, emphatic snatch block there from Trust DJ Money. That's going to give GNA possession here as Claude 347 probably has just the tail end of his badge remaining. He's going to ask for a screen. He declines it. He throws up a contested shot. That's going to be no good. Great defensive possession from Stan Tall. I love the patience and the discipline there that Range showed on that contest. Zaman now at the charity stripe. He's going to miss one. Again, not the end of the world, but we're going to need all the points that we can get if you're a Stan Tall fan. He misses both, actually. Claude now the other way. Throws up a deep shot and hits it. Ridiculous range from Claude 346.
And what I'm seeing is their confidence growing. Yeah, that was a last second shot and it went in. But if you paid attention to that last shot, and even though it was contested on Claude, what that told me with the amount of time that was on the clock and the situation, that I'm not saying he was playing reckless, but it's kind of a troll shot. And that's telling me that they're feeling good about where they're at and they're getting ready to throw a flood. They figure something out. They know something that we don't, or it's just that mojo that they've been playing long enough that they know when they're about to take off. Let's see. In my mind, Nate's got to continue to do what he does and continue to score.
Yeah, correction on my end. I said Claude 346. It's Claude 347. That's one less, but no less. GNA still with the 7-point lead here. 347 looking for daylight. He is fouled. He was going to head to the corner there, possibly for an open look as the corner defender dipped in to rotate and to help. Claude is now going to reset up top, attacks the right side. Doesn't see anything he likes. He goes to his partner in crime, Gliz, throwing a Kobe Bryant-esque fadeaway there, but that's going to fall short and hit the rim. But GNA is going to retain possession. Trust DJ Money inbounds to Claude, heads out to the right hash, behind the back dribble, picks up his dribble. He's going to need help. Trust DJ Money is going to allow him to reset here. Usually they look to Gliz, but Claude is going to opt to do things himself, and maybe that wasn't the right call as Range steals it, throws up a contested layup. He's fouled. He's going to get 2 free throws here, 34-27, tense times X for Stan Tall. They're going to need to chip away at this deficit so that, they're within 1 or 2 possessions headed into the fourth.
And this is where you start to want to make adjustments on the fly in the game. You know what's not been working, and that's what you're going to try. And we talked about some of that stuff earlier, but I'm curious to see through the gameplay what they're doing.
Yeah, you've got Range now guarding Claude. I was watching their stream last night. They're all about trust down that PNR defensive scheme. Trusting Claude not to make this shot, and their prayers are answered. It's nice defense on Stan Tall's part. Nate's turn. Let's see if they can turn defense into offense here. He gets that crab animation again. He's starting to work that mid-range. That's a couple straight possessions where he's able to green off that right side just before the extended elbow. Now only down 3. Claude trying to work the pick and roll. Range looking to burn a foul possibly, let him know that he's there.
Well, you can see like on these last couple possessions that GNA is starting to feel cocky, and you can see it in the shots they're taking. They're kind of trolling. They feel like they got control of it. They're playing mind games. Boys are running off like they ain't even on the court. That could be a glitch. We could be getting ready to reset, or we can just be seeing some serious mind games. But GNA is feeling good about where they're at. Let me tell you that.
36-31. And unsure of what's happening here. Looks like we're still in the game. Nope. It looks like it's going to be a lag out. We'll await decision here.
If they haven't closed up yet, it might be that one of their guys had to get up, get the pizza. He's going to come back and sit back down, but he put his controller down in a position to where he doesn't get lagged out because he'll be right back. So if his team hasn't given up, they got the lead. It's kind of a troll. It's breaking your confidence. You're really getting heated. But you're playing a 4-on-5. So if you can take advantage, cool. But if you can't, this is going to be really mind blown for Standing Tall.
38-34, an odd turn of events if you are new to the WR or Pro-Am scene in general. Let's see if Stand Tall can shake that off. Nate throws up a shot. That's no good, but Snag to the rescue here with the offensive rebound. Finds his point guard, but great defense from GNA. Gliz showing a little bit, but Nate just finding that money area for him, that right elbow just past the three-point line seems to be a comfort zone for him. It's now 38-36, clawed back the other way, and a timeout from GNA's. It looked like he was going to go out of bounds. Not too sure what's happening here, X, but so far it looks like both teams are in, okay to burn timeouts, and it now looks like there might be a lag out this time.
Well, he might have had, maybe Walmart showed up with some groceries or something, but GNA's not closing out.
There it is.
There it is. Okay. So until you see that, you can only assume what we've all experienced ourselves. Somebody showed up, man.
Yeah, it's either a +2 or a +4. We'll confirm the stats for those of you who aren't aware of how it works. They'll play out the remaining time in that game and obviously have a plus-minus differential carried over from the game before it lagged out. We'll get all the details sorted out for you. In the meantime, we'll head over to a quick water break, and maybe, get food ourselves here. You hope for a Walmart delivery on our end. But the series is 2-1 for GNA over Stand Tall, best of 7 series. We'll catch you guys after this break.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
ladies and gentlemen. This is Coach J2K giving a little bit of an update as to the situation with the reset. So, both teams have agreed to a quarter plus 3 minutes. So, let me confirm what I just read. Making sure I get all of the details. And so what they're going to do, they're going to play from a full quarter plus 2 minutes, actually. They're going to play until 3 minutes left in the second quarter. That way that they will have played about the amount of time left in the game. Additionally, GNA will have a 2-point spread. So do keep that in mind while watching the score, and our game should be starting shortly. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We were just hoping to kind of get things sorted out. Make sure that the teams, only have to worry about the game at hand. We wanted to make sure the stats were all good. So GNA up to 2-point spread. They're going to be playing until the 3-minute mark of the second game, I believe.
That's correct.
Yeah, 3-minute mark of the second quarter. It's game 4. GNA up 2-1 in the series. X, a little bit of a break there, but we're hoping to get our bearings and get right back into it. Again, 5-second violation. I think this is to give Stand Tall the possession.
And I think how that big long break kind of falls in Standing Tall's favor because they're able to catch their breath, and you can see that GNA was really hot at the time, so that's going to cool them down a bit. It's harder to turn up than it is to come back, and you can see right there he's still got the anger, he's still got the energy, he still wants to make big plays for his team, and it's up to GNA, oddly enough, to match that energy, but that big break can get you a bit of a letdown, and when you're playing so high like that, it's hard to get back up again in the feel of it. You're going to have to work your way up. You're not fired up right off the rip. And that Standing Tall energy you can see is coming out right away.
Yeah, I love how Nate's just kind of working that mid-range game. This time he throws up the alley. Snags is able to finish on the oop. It's now 5-4. So GNA's +1. GNA is going to call a timeout there to avoid going backcourt and coughing the ball up. GNA up 1 because of the 2-point spread. Trust DJ Money inbounding the ball. Trusting Claude, his point guard, with possession here. Hoping to get separation off this screen, but Range doing a great job of fighting through it repeatedly. Finds Gliz as his wrap, throws it back to Claude, and maybe a little bit of miscommunication there on the defensive end, X?
Well, that was something that we had talked about, maybe not even a miscommunication, but more of an execution on GNA side.
Right.
It's an absolute staple of their offense. We've seen it all series long throughout the playoffs. In every game, they got wrinkles off it. We talked about it before game. Now that they're getting comfortable, they're implementing what muscle memory is going to give you, and that's that wrap play.
Now GNA up 1 point after a big 3 from Vibes out of the corner. Claude resets back out to Gliz. Again, he's been his partner in crime all series long. Throws up an awkward-looking mid-range jumper, but he's got Trust DJ Money down low with the offensive possession. Claude almost loses possession. 3 seconds left on the shot clock. Goes back and forth. Great contest and help there from Zaman, but again, Trust trust DJ Money with another offensive rebound. That's 2 in a row now on the same trip. Gliz attacks the rim, kicks it back out to Merck. Great contest there from Zaman. I love what I saw from him, helping and swinging wherever possible there, X.
Yep, and remember, GNA is up because there's a 2-point spread coming off of that lag out. So right now they're up and they're on the break and they're increasing that lead here.
Yeah, now they're +3. And again, we're, correct me if I'm wrong, we're playing up until the 3-minute mark, or are we playing 3 minutes deep into the second? Okay. So up until...
That's
Sorry,
correct,
go ahead,
Chris. Up to the 3-minute mark. These games usually go pretty quick when it comes to the lag out. I don't know. Obviously, the time's the same, but in 2K time, in-game time, things are happening really fast right now.
Okay, short clock scenario. They'll turn the ball over, and that's not what you want to see if you're a fan of standing tall here, going deep into the shot clock and not even getting a shot up there, X.
Yeah, and that's just a tough situation. GNA's defense is tough.
Now, going back the other way, trying to initiate that fast break on the outlet pass, but Gliz is there to take the ball away. He finds his point guard, Claude, knowing his team is up +3 right now with a minute left to go. Again, we're playing until the 3-minute mark of the second quarter. This is game 4. Again, the offensive rebounding from GNA continues to pose a problem for standing tall. 3 seconds left. Gliz gonna have to throw one up. There's a hand in his face. He isn't able to get that to go down. And finally, Zaman is able to grab the defensive rebound for his team, and Nate gets a quick bucket. X, how big are these, fast break opportunities so that standing tall doesn't have to compete in the half court every single possession?
During that break, one of the things that I wrote down was simply play better D. Now, that's something tough to come out and just tell a team that's in the championship. But it's really what it comes down to, because like we talked about on offense, they are who they are. Nate's the big dog. He's going to get you buckets, but their defense has really got to match and overcome what GNA is doing on defense.
We just saw a little Allen Iverson on Ty Lue action there with Nate walking over Lil Gliz after he threw down the contact dunk. Things are really starting to heat up. Both teams know what's on the line, and a vicious dunk in return from GNA. The team in pink now up +4 with 30 seconds to go in the first quarter of game 4. Let's see what Nate can kind of create for his team. He's got GNA spinning, gets to his spot, but this time it hits every part of the rim but doesn't fall through. GNA up +4. They're going to hold for last shot here. Claude. Constant crossover, spamming it now. Goes to Gliz, back to Claude, and they hit on the 3. Great execution there. Baited the opposing defense, X.
Yeah, that's a tough situation there. You can see he fell asleep, and then he ended up having to close out too aggressively, jumped, and really set that whole chain of events up right there for his team to have the breakdown.
Okay, so set up the situation here. We're trying to recover from a lag out. GNA is up +7. We are playing until the 3-minute mark of this game 4 action. Stand tall, not with a lot of time left, but Nate, with the basketball gods on his side, gets that ball to go through. GNA up +5, a minute 44 left to go in this game. Let's see if GNA could, uses the clock a little bit. It is on their side. Range, trying his best to keep up. He does. Forces Claude to pick up his dribble. Finds Gliz. Back to trust DJ Money. Let's see if he can create a shot here. Great discipline from Snags. And back the other way since they're out of time. And a big foul, because that's going to stop the clock here and allow for Stand Tall to chip away at this deficit. GNA up +5. Range is going to get the free throw to go. Let's see what happens with this second one. That's big. He sinks it. It is now GNA up +3 with a minute 22 left. GNA up 2-1. Stand Tall not out of it, but they don't want to fall behind in this series any further. Claude looking to put this team away now. Rejects the screen. You have Gliz on the wrap. He Instead, opts to drive to the rim, double pump dunk. He gets that to go down. It's now +5 with just under a minute left. You see Gliss constantly bringing up the stats to see where they're at. Vibes, big three, but that's contested. That falls short. Long shot, long rebound type of scenario. Stand Tall will get another crack at it. 51 seconds left, down 5. The slip isn't there. Nate is going to have to create something. The slip is there now, but Snag misses the layup. 38 seconds left. That's a green, huge shot, X. Down 3 now.
And that's a huge boost right there. Somebody else producing besides Nate, especially a last second shot where we weren't able to get what we wanted. You didn't get the look that you wanted, but your guy still comes through for you. That keeps you on track, keeps you on pace to get it within a couple possessions. And we're running out of time here.
Yeah, 14 seconds left in the game. Claude throws up a shot. That's no good. They grab the rebound. 7 seconds left. That's a foul. And it's +3 and you know, savviness from the veteran team. It looks like they might foul again here. Nate throws up a shot. It's blocked, and that should do it. A dramatic finish to game 4 of this series, X. You saw GNA desperately and frantically trying to get the foul, knowing they were up 3. You know, we're going to live with them at the free throw line. They weren't able to get to Stand Tall. Nate gets a look. It's not a clean look. He smothered GNA with the block, and now they have a commanding 3-1 lead.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you this right here. This is something else I got in my notes. It's not over till it's over.
Right.
Stand Tall's the kind of team who's kept this close. There hasn't been no floods. There hasn't been no big breakdowns. They still feel like they can do it. If they forget everything, they lock in, they believe who they are. They're just going to keep playing through this. And no matter what happens in this next game, in this series, you can see that Nate's one of the next up-and-coming stars. A defense like GNA can't stop him. He's a dog. He's getting through. And at this point in the chat, Nate's got to be telling his team, just get me a couple more stops and I'll take all the way. He's got to be screaming that. He's got to be communicating it. Hopefully there's other leaders in the chat that are also talking about defense as well, because offense isn't the problem. You know, earlier in the series we talked about, hey, we need to see somebody else step up, but are who they are. And why do you need somebody else to step up if they can't stop Nate? A little more defense is where they need to be, is where they need to go. And against GNA, it's possible to catch him slipping and see if you can really impose your will and make a run. But we'll see. Down 3-1, this is a tough situation for an upcoming team like Standing Tall.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. You couldn't have said it any better, but it's not an impossible one to climb out of. They can still fix this. They can still recover. It's just a matter of, you know, will they? And I guess we'll find out after this break. Keep it locked in to WR's championship coverage.
All right, welcome back, everybody. This is Coach J2K along with me at X-Man. And just a moment, we'll have one-on-one Chris with us. This is Game 5 of this best-of-7 series. And right now, it's 3-1 GNA. As right now, we've got tip-off, and GNA will win the tip. Covering for Chris until he gets back. 3-4-7 with the ball. Looking for the initial attack right now. On the first possession, they have been pretty dominant this game. Not completely, because all these games have been really close, really. A deep 3-4-7. It's good.
Yep, and early, Claude looking for his own shot. Gliz early with the wrap. They're getting action. They're getting comfortable out there. They got that dynamic duel, that 1-2 punch. They both get big production out of it, and there they go, off to the races. GNA getting comfortable early, taking aggressive shots. He's got 6 already. They want to open the floodgates. They want to keep that intensity up. When you're a team like GNA, it seems like that's the only thing that can hold you back is just yourself not playing to your best abilities. Because when GNA is playing their best, they run through whoever they play. They get out on transition. They get buckets. They take threes. And you know what? I haven't given up on a 7-game series yet because I know standing tall and I know Nate's got that offense. It's just a matter of if they can slow down that dynamic duel just like that, expecting them to get the rock, making a play on it, and continuing to fight back. You might not have known Nate before, but you damn sure know Nate now.
And right now, Nate with the ball after the steal on the other end, running out of shot clock, shoots the 3. No good. Defensive rebound by GNA. Merck lost the ball, and it's going to go up, and Vibes could not get that one to fall. Gliz with the ball now right side. 6-2 with 3:18 left in the first quarter. And what a series we've had so far. Bottom right of your screen, just below the scoreboard, we're keeping you updated with what the series is, what game we're at, any details that you might need to know. Lag out in the last game, changing the momentum. It looked like maybe Stand Tall had a little bit of momentum closing out that lead, and then the lag out occurred, and that gave an opportunity for GNA to have a long reset and finish out their game. What do you think of that reset?
Well, I was thinking that the reset was going to go in Standing Tall's favor, but really GNA was able to stay composed. And Merck had talked about how their veteranness had them there here before. They've been through this. They've been through the lag outs. They've been through it 100 times. They don't care. They hop on their phone. They check out Twitter. The time ticks away, and they stay calm. They talk about what they're supposed to talk about. They stay focused, and they kept the ball rolling. And being up 3-1 now, the confidence is high, the skill is high, the IQ is high, the pink is high. They're ready to go. They got full of energy. And, it's fun to watch these two guards really just pass it to each other and eat.
Yeah, right now, one of two ways can go right now with Stand Tall. One, they can play aggressive. They can try out some new things, see what works, and get things going for them that way. Or they could try to play it safe and really lock into what they know. But they need to make some type of adjustment to really get things going in their favor. Right now, up 7-6.
And that's what I was talking about when I had talked about in the game before, when it just simply says right here, play better, D. Nate's going to get you buckets. He's got to be telling his guys, I just need a couple stops and we can get there. So you just got to find a way to dig deep and step up your level of play on defense and get that transition. There's Nate again, still scoring. He's got to be pounding the table for just one stop.
Tie ball game 9 apiece as we have 1:10 left in the first quarter. 3-4-7, deep three. No good. It bounces off the rim again. Almost had a second chance to go in. Offensive rebound. Trust DJ Money. Now we're under a minute. 6 seconds shot clock. And a steal. Fast break coming. 2-on-2. And Nate's going to slow it down. Now it's 5-on-5. Shoots a three. It's good.
Well, you know what? He needed to stop. He got it himself, came down. You got a three ball. What else do you need this guy to do? You need him to sweep the floor. You need him to wake you up before the game. What else can this guy do? Get you some popcorn, order the pizza, score another three? Hey, he does it all. Let's go. You know, we talked to him before the game. And in the interview, I asked him, I said, Nate, you're kind of new to the scene. You're barely on the come up, especially at point guard. What's your plans? What are you looking to do? What's your future? And he said, you know what? I wasn't sure where I was going with this, but seeing how productive I've been this year and how far I've come, just getting ready to graduate college, I feel like it's my time to take a shot. And he's showing us win, lose, or draw here that he's somebody to watch on the next generation that's coming up for great players who are hungry to make the next level on the 2K League. And you know what? Nate's showing out. It's impressive to watch. And it's a 12-9 game where he's up. And I told you, Coach, and I told Nate, and I told everybody who would listen, this is going to go 7-game series. I don't care if they're down 3-1. Standing Tall's that kind of team.
And so now, as the second quarter just started 12-9, as a bucket on the inside by Nate, he is just getting poster after poster. It seems like contested dunk after contested dunk. He's finishing them well. Now a 14-9 lead for Stand Tall.
And something that I noticed a couple games ago, when Nate's going up and getting this dunk, you're thinking, hey, you know what? Maybe he's just got no brain. He's got no conscience. But you know what? In paying attention and playing this game myself and always knowing that the angles is what it's all about, when he comes downhill, he really expands on his. Like if you see the defender on the right side of the lane, he makes sure to be crispy, and he comes downhill on the other side of the lane. Now, you could be a little bit sloppy and come right down the middle, giving your defender a chance to come over, but he's taking a better angle, and that's why he's getting it so consistently. It's skill, experience, and execution, and it's more than meets the eye.
And a little bit of change of pace from these last few games, as a strong start from Stand Tall as they're up 19-11. 3-4-7 going to bring the ball down. Pushing right, then left, down, straight down the middle. Defender around him. Loose ball, a steal. And a foul.
You know, one more score, and I would have thought that he would have been all ready for a takeover. He's got to be close. He's got to be ready. He might even have it loaded. We'll see how this plays out right here. Nate's going to take you home. He's looking for the open man, but he knows that GNA's staying home. He knows it's a pick and roll show.
Yeah, if he's got it on standby, it's possible that he sees, hey, 3 minutes left. Let's wait for a team takeover. But we're just going to have to wait and see what the situation is, what's going to happen. As Snag misses, will inbound it. He's going to give it to Nate. It's range. Back to Nate. 6 seconds shot clock. Going around the top, alley-oop, and Stag misses, grabs his Zeman. Got to put up a prayer, contested, no good. Vibes with the offensive rebound. Nate with the ball, now 8 seconds.
And you can see the Standing Tall's got that energy. All five are still engaged. All five are still fighting back. When you see rebounds like that, hustle plays in defense, you know that they feel just because it's down 3-1, that it's still their series that they can come out and take and get the dub.
Nate toss the alley-oop, big finish on the inside.
Taking him to a 7-point lead there, you can see even when you stop Nate's angles coming downhill, you have to give something up, and it's just good chemistry. I love to watch it. It's great basketball.
Vibes pass back to Nate. Nate making a huge difference with his threes, his mid-range, his inside finishes. It's just been crazy, but it hasn't resulted in wins in these past 3 games. Right now, GNA on a 3-game win streak in this series. Alley-oop to himself. Big finish.
Amazing right there. Amazing. But none of this is surprising me. Standing Tall's got that kind of character and that kind of skill set.
Now the mentality for GNA, we need to stop Nate. And the reason why, he's got more points than GNA combined.
Look, Coach, I'm just going to keep pounding it home. I got it written right here on the notepad. Play better D. Can you tell me what they're doing out there, Coach, with the lead?
Well, another thing to consider is what's the other thing that we've seen on GNA's offense, and that is turnovers. The turnovers are happening, and their transition is happening, which turns into buckets for Stand Tall, and especially Nate. Now, it's a combination of fast breaks. Not only that, but just drop the steal, they slow it down, and then Nate is able to either find somebody open or he gets the mid-range or the finish inside himself. Illegal screen and another turnover for GNA.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. All these turnovers are coming from good defense. Back to the notepad, play better D. You're going to get you a bucket. You're off to the races right now. Get them a stop. Have some energy. You're in the championship game. Find a way to think outside of the box defensively and match that energy and overcome what GNA is doing out there.
Nate finds its range for 3.
Now, Coach, they're about to hit 30 points before the half. Their offense is absolutely going crazy. Oh, wow. Another steal coming down under a minute. They're on the break. He's going to be aggressive. Could have been an and one. 31-15. Look, Coach, it's the first half and the first couple seconds. But look, if this gets away, the type of vibe I'm feeling is a close out. Let's just get on to the next game. Or GNA can go ahead and start to tighten up and see what we can do. 15 points is not that big of a spread for a team defensive-minded like GNA.
Yeah, right now you see the 19-5 for the quarter. And right now, it's a huge 12-point. It's a 12-point run for them. Actually, a 12-2 run. Now 14-2 with that dunk.
Yep, and if there was going to be a bit of a letdown, and I'm not saying that's what this is, because the execution still looks good on GNA side. It's just the Standing Tall is playing a little bit better. This would be the little bit of a letdown game. You're up 3-1. It's human nature. It could be subconscious. And you take the gas off just a little bit on a desperate team with a lot of skill and heart like Standing Tall, and this is what you get.
And a really impressive game right now from from Stand Tall. GNA still having an impressive series overall. Right now, 8 seconds left. 3-4-7.
And you know what? I could talk about GNA's highlight star-studded roster they got going here. But Nate really seems to be the big star on this final stage. I don't see anybody playing bigger than him, playing with more energy, more IQ, and the leadership to keep your team, who hasn't been to this level before, on pace the way he is impressive, to say the least.
And right there, you just saw a replay of the alley-oop to himself by Nate. And now back to the action. 35-19 as we just now getting started with the second half. And still waiting on our good friend Chris to return.
You know, Chris might be a little busy. The pizza might have showed up. You know, that's fine. Hey, if he needs to eat some pizza and get some soda while we're running this, Coach, hey, I got it. You got it. We've been here before. You know, there's so much going on the court that really the players are out here showing out, and it's been a good series. Like I said, I expect a 7-game series. Nate's telling us it's going to be. And look at the center with the takeover, hungry.
And a deep three from Nate, but it's going to be no good. Still a comfortable lead, but they can't get too comfortable because GNA could turn it around. Trust DJ Money left wide open under the basket, and he's going to finish it no problem.
And you can see that the GNA is not going to close out. It's not that kind of game. It's not that kind of series. They're here to play. They're confident in what they do. You know, we're going to have to get later in the game before we see any of that.
And, an opening, but he just steps out of bounds.
And we're walking a thin line here of staying ultra aggressive and then being what we're seeing here. So they got to rein it in a little bit, and let's see where they come out on the other end.
And a pass, tried to go behind the back, toss it to the other end. Looks like it's tipped, and it's going to stay with GNA as they have 10 seconds left on the shot clock. So not much time to work with as they are near the half-court line on the inbound. Elite steals, mid-range, good.
Now, one of the reasons why they're probably not apt to close out, see what I did there, Coach, is probably because head joke there, Coach, is if they can get it together in this third quarter, which you know they can, get it to 10, get it under to 10, get it around 10, that this is still their game to win. And instead of playing a couple more games, giving Standing Tall a chance, there's still a lot of incentive to lock in right now and get our bread right now. So this is far from over, and you can see that they're already closing the gap, but Nate's going to keep them on track. Where does Standing Tall come with that defense? Are they done making plays, or do they still got enough in the tank to get their point guard a couple more stops?
Yeah, a minute 39 before we see another bucket from Stand Tall. But there it was, Nate with the big dunk on the inside, and that should get them going. And let's see if it does. Big block on the inside.
And that was a big body coming over there, rotating over. He was going for the contact dunk. He had the angle, but that defender flew over from the corner like that and really put big body on him.
Now GNA reducing that lead to single digits. A little bit of worry coming from Standing Tall, but Nate keeping cool, getting the crab, getting the mid-range too.
And it's never Nate that I'm worried about when it comes to Standing Tall, because at this point he's so consistent that it's the defense that I want to come back to the notepad. And when they're doing positive, when they're doing negative or stagnant, that's what I'm looking at. That's what's needed. That's what growth is in the big games. You know, sometimes you see an NFL team in the playoffs, and every round they play a little bit better. The intensity picks up. Well, we're in the championship game here, and you gave everything you got in the semifinals. Well, now that we're in the championship game, there's got to be one more level that you've never took it to, you've never been on. And this is where we see them step up, make plays, have that opportunity, and go win a championship.
And a back cut for Standing Tall will extend this out to a 13-point lead. 3-4-7 looking for the opening pass. Right corner, Merck. 3. No good. And the defensive rebound by Vibes. Vibes going to push it up to its range. Its range. Dunk! Big finish over the man.
And it's hard for GNA right now. I'm going to be honest. I didn't like that shot we took, especially when we're trying to come back. A little bit of a reckless shot. I'd like to see a little bit more composure from 3-4-7 or give it back to Gliss.
And, you know, as I'm commentating, I'm also working our graphic system, setting up our replays for highlights. And, you know, those big plays come along. I mark them different titles. Away team, dunk. Away team, 3-point. Home team, 3-point. But I've got a special one. It says away 3 stars when we see Standing Tall make a big play, or home and it has 3 stars if GNA makes a big play. And that's what I've got right there. That big dunk and that right there, that's going to earn 3 stars of its own. That's a big play right there for GNA.
And the key number is 10 points. That's the game. That's the number they want to get to, and we're 1 possession away from that. So you know GNA's tightened up at this point and ready to execute. They're giving it their best. They want to get it under 10. They want to get it to 10.
And an alley-oop attempt is not going to happen. Zayman's going to take the mid-range. It's a good mid-range as he greens up.
And it's not going to get the stop on that possession. ST is doing what I said earlier in the series that I thought I had given up on, and that's those auxiliary players stepping up and getting a bucket more than just to catch and shoot, finding a way to be aggressive and getting the bucket.
And a big dunk right there for GNA. As right now we're about to close out this third quarter. Let's go ahead and take a look at that big dunk right there. Pass up. And there he finishes at range, getting it done. As we start the fourth quarter, 45-33. And standing tall, they have the lead. They have the opportunity to push this to game 6 and stay alive. Deep three from 3-4-7. Green light animation. It's good.
And just like that, it's a 9-point game. Now, last couple possessions, Claude was a little bit reckless, but I seen right there that he threw his best plays, his best moves, and gave his best release. And he got his team within 9 as Nate answers the call, Coach.
And 3-4-7.
Now, Claude working it back and forth. He's looking for DJ. You know, DJ's been somebody who's got clamped up a bit this series. He has.
And it looks like we're having some issues with the feed from our co-commentator. We're going to give him a chance to reset his self and come back in.
X here. We're a well-oiled machine here, Coach.
Yeah, it's a good system we got. We got plenty of options, backups, and it's good to have you back right now. Fourth quarter, 49-38. Why don't you go ahead and take over from here?
Okay, and it looks like we might have X coming in as well. Might have to have all hands on deck, Coach, for this finish. 49-41. X-Man, let me know as soon as you're in.
We're here. We're here.
Okay,
the energy's high. We're in a 3-1 series. Look, they're going crazy. We want to stay locked. It's a 2-possession game. Right now, it's getting critical. And this is what I was talking about. Look, GNA could have easily have checked out and said, you know what? They're up by almost 20. I'm going to go ahead and get on to the next game, close out. But they said, nah, I don't need this many quarters. I want to get out of here with my bread tonight. It's the fourth quarter. We got it under 10. We know it's Nate. We got to lock in. We got to play our best. And if we do that, we can end the series right here, right now. Because giving Standing Tall an option to come back and take it to that 7-game series is not where they want to go. When they come across this new point guard, they can't stop.
Wow, yeah, stand tall with a lead as high as maybe, 15, 16, 17 points earlier. Now that lead has been cut down to 4. GNA applying a full pressure here on Stand Tall. Nate not going to be able to get that to go down. Merc the other way, and you can just feel momentum slipping, but that's a huge defensive stop from Stand Tall. 49-45. ST is going to need to come away with a sound offensive possession here. They're going to need to wait, maybe possibly be patient, wait for that look to open up. Nate resetting, live dribble, finds Snag on the slip, and he'll throw down that alley-oop dunk. 51-45, a little bit of breathing room for Stand Tall, X.
And it's coming up on the 2 minutes. We got takeover. This is right where you want to be if you're GNA.
Oh, that's a huge miss. Stand Tall got lucky there. It looked like Claude found the open look, bailed out of his shot, but Elite Steals couldn't get that shot to fall. Nate's going to try to make them pay here. Oh, clever, sneaky pass there, but Stand Tall calls a timeout. It's probably for the best, as it didn't look like a good release there, X.
If they can get the score out of this possession and that timeout, then they're going to really have control coming down the stretch. You know, these are the new guys, but it doesn't mean they don't know how to play veteran ball. And even with a possession like that, that's not really their fault. It's the game's play. They're going to get right on to the next one, and let's see how this goes.
51-45. GNA calls the timeout.
This is what I'm talking about right here, Chris. Right there, they get right back into the play. They lock in and almost get it right back. And I expect that kind of energy right here on these next couple possessions.
Yeah, you can tell Stan Tall knows what's on the line. They're on the brink of elimination here. GNA just needs one more win to secure their championship, but they're down 6. Gonna need a offensive bucket here. Gliz with the ball, crossover, trying to probe this defense right now. Throws a awkward looking hook shot. That's going to hit the back of the rim and clank out. Snag finds Nate. 1 minute left, 51-45. X, if they can get a bucket here, you'd have to think they're in prime position to take this Game 5 victory.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And they don't get it there, but they're still in control if they can get a stop or make this a...
The key here is no threes for GNA. ST looking to take away different options. Range desperately trying to keep up. Claude throws it up. That's no good. Vibes with a key offensive or key defensive rebound there. You know, GNA has been a pest on the offensive glass all series and all night. The clock is now on the side of Stan Tall here. They're going to try to milk as much of it as possible. There's a swing and great defense from Elite Steals here. Let's see what GNA can do. Claude with the shot. And that is no good, and that is the game. Man, GNA had multiple opportunities to kind of cut into that deficit there, maybe draw within one possession, but they weren't able to get the bucket. And now, you know, that's step one. You know, they still have the series lead, X, but Game 6 has to be played like a Game 7 on both sides, I assume.
You know what? The superstar Nate continues to match the power of Thanos. Okay, the Avenger memes are overcoming the GNA memes in their chat, and it's you know, it's the David Goliath thing. Nate's never lost confidence. He expected to be down. He expected the GNA defense to really give him their best. So this is not a surprise when he says, you know what, we're down in this series. The defense is tight. They're doing what they do. I expected this. This is not something that's going to rattle me. This is something we're going to play through because that's what you have to do against a team like this. So it's not so much as a stressor as something that you expected and you're ready to overcome. That kind of mentality is what's got these guys 2-3, getting ready to take it to a Game 7 soon, because I don't see them tapping out at any point, and never did I see that at any point in the series, no matter what the score or what the stats said.
Yeah, X, you've been a firm believer that this would go the distance, go to 7 games, and now we're one Stand Tall win away from you being right on that prediction. What we're going to do on this side is just take a quick break, wait for both teams to load in, but after the break, continued coverage of the PS5 finals between Stand Tall and GNA. Keep it locked in. Welcome back. This is the beginning of Game 6 between Stand Tall and GNA. Just when you thought Stand Tall was on the brink of elimination and possibly, have to kind of concede defeat to GNA, they possibly put forth their best performance of the series, and now are only one win away from forcing a decisive Game 7. Looks like we've got X here joining me. X, you there?
Oh yeah. I'm not
Awesome.
gonna miss
Yeah.
out on this.
Yeah, this is gonna be it honestly, if they force the 7th game here, it literally cannot get any more dramatic. I'm expecting GNA to come out to a stronger performance to begin the quarter, get off to a faster start, because you have to think, if Stand Tall again, plays how they did in the first quarter of Game 5, GNA will start to kind of feel that pressure, X.
And we're talking about that emotional endurance, and we're seeing if Stand Tall can continue to match it. And you can see right away they're playing just as fast as GNA and getting contests. It happened to work out that they got the shot here. Now, something that I'm looking for to in this matchup that we talked about in the last matchup, talking about what we just touched on here, is there going to be a little bit of a letdown from Standing Tall, being that they just had a big win? And like you said, you expected GNA to come in with high energy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see Zaman with the open look. He hits that 3.
Chris, I love Zaman. He's been one of the better shooters that I've seen throughout the playoffs and in this series. He's a catch and shoot demon, and I love that about him.
Yeah, I remember watching Stand Tall's semifinals performance, and constantly they would go to Zaman in the corner whenever the defender would leave, and you'd hear them on stream, on comms, going, hey, you got to stay home on him. You got to stay home on him. And defenders just refuse to do that. And it's been impressive how efficient Zaman has been out of that corner. It's been a nice, as you had mentioned, auxiliary option for ST. A nice alley-oop finish there from Snags. That ties it up at 5. GNA decked out in their trademark black and pink jerseys. Meanwhile, Stand Tall in white. X, it's always nice to see teams with two, drastically different colored jerseys match up.
And you know what? That actually matches their personalities and their styles. You can see that GNA has 2 point guards practically with Gliz and with Claude there. And you can see Standing Tall's got a primary ball defender in NC. And you can see that they're drastically different, not just the jerseys, but the style. And it's been good to see that these two teams colliding tonight, being Goliath against David, back and forth on the championship for WR.
I love it. I love it. Not only are you getting play-by-play and color commentary on this WR broadcast, but we're going in deep metaphorical analysis, a color analysis, and really just giving you, in-depth analysis throughout. And that's awesome to see. Oh, I thought it was almost a lag out there from GNA.
It's that psychology of 2K. We've been there, we've played the game, we've been in these series, we know what it's about, and psychology is just a part of it.
All right, so walk us through here through what is potentially happening now with the back-to-back timeouts from GNA.
Well, back-to-backs usually means somebody's getting lagged, so we're trying to avoid a lag out, we're trying to avoid the closeout. There's no other reason to be calling this many timeouts. We've seen it earlier in the series. I wouldn't be surprised. They're trying to overcome it. There's nothing they can do. And there it is. You put yourself at a disadvantage with 3 timeouts that I think they call back-to-back, 2 at least. Even 2 is a big deal. This early in the game, it's good to just start over, get where you need to go, and start a fresh game. Sometimes the viewers are a little bit upset. Me as a fan, I'm upset. It's getting late. I want to see a winner. We think it's this. We're going there. But look, the players want to do what's best for them to win a championship. And calling 3 back-to-back timeouts ain't it. Let's get our guys back on the right server. Let's get his bandwidth right. Let's get his internet set. And let's play a good game, because this is for the championship. And this is for a lot of dough.
Yeah, and so the lag out point, the score was 8-8. 2 minutes and 38 seconds remaining in the first quarter, so they'll get things sorted out. But before we go to a quick break, let's just quickly talk about the announcement by the UPA. For those that haven't heard or are just tuning in, or maybe haven't seen the tweet, maybe you haven't gotten texts from your buddies, big news tonight, X. The UPA will be hosting a live event this summer, 4th of July weekend. The fireworks are going to be popping off in the state of Texas, Dallas to be specific. 30K on the line, X. How big is this for the Pro-Am community?
30,000. We've never seen something like that in recent times for the post-draft. You know, we were stuck all last year in COVID. We were stuck inside. We were overcoming, you know, in real life hurdles. And we're ready to get out this year. We're ready to see our friends. We're ready to see our community. You know, the stimulus is out there. The packages are in the pockets. And we just want to go have fun. We want to get back to the theaters, eating, gaming. And, you know, one of the things that's been deprived of us is getting out there and enjoying what we love most. And that's 2K and $30,000.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous prize pool. But you know what? For an event that big, you gotta have you know, the right pot, right? And 30,000 seems like the right pot. And I just kind of scrolling through my Twitter feed and the WR account, you can kind of see all the reactions from different players. A lot of, you know, funny memes. You got the Thanos meme. You have people saying, "Hey, mate, this is, you know, gonna bring me out of retirement and back into 2K." I expect a lot of, you know, top teams to kind of show out because of that 30K. Now, if you are wanting to compete, it's very important to note that the only way to kind of secure your spot is through one of the UPA affiliates, right? The leagues that are under that umbrella. So for more information, just kind of follow the UPA on Twitter at Unified Pro-Am, and just kind of, you know, keep following the post-draft cycle. We had talked about how this part of the cycle can get a little stagnant, can get a little repetitive, but this is sure to kind of spark people's interest and get people motivated back in. For those that, you know, didn't get drafted into the league, this is, you know, a great way to kind of win money and maybe raise your stock a little bit earlier than you would normally try and put effort into. But both teams kind of loading in now, or at least loading into their respective gyms. But stand tall, GNA, lag out, 2 minutes and 38 seconds in the first quarter, down 3-2 is the deficit that stand tall faces. What is stand tall going to have to do, X, to kind of equalize the series here?
Now, look, it's been pretty simple. Okay, Nate's going to get you a bucket. So, you know, at the most basic level of basketball, you just need to get the man to stop. Now, you can play crackhead defense. You can make a game plan against Glizzy and come up with some aggressive situations where you know that they're going to be throwing it back to him. You know that when Claude gets stuck, he was looking for him. And in those situations, they've already done it, even though we're talking about it now. They've already jumped those passing lanes. They've already made those plays. And it's just up to them to stay that type of aggressive, because that's really all that's left for them to do, is take that defense to another level, because the offense in Nate, the superstar of the series so far, being down 2-3, continues to show that you're not going to be able to stop him. And even with some of the best players in the post-draft world, with DJ, Merck, Elite Steels, Gliz, Claude, all the names that we know, they still can't stop them. So it's all about getting stops for standing tall, and they can easily go up 15, 20, 30 points quickly, just as GNA can.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it all unfolds. Currently the teams are still loading back into their respective gyms. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick break of our own, but as soon as both teams are ready to lock in, we'll continue coverage of the PS5 WR Championship between Stand Tall and GNA. Welcome back. Two teams are ready to kind of get back into it, resume action here. Game 6 of a best-of-7 series. We expected a grind. We got one. You know, stand tall, just one win away from forcing a do-or-die Game 7 matchup. GNA up 3-2. X, you know, it's been a night. It's been a journey, but I think the most explosive parts of this series is yet to come and is just around the corner.
Yeah, because look, right now with this break being so long, it's going to be who can lock in the quickest. And for standing still, it's a do or die moment because if GNA locks in quicker than they do, the series is over. But standing tall needs to come out right away, hold their own because they're still in a do or die situation already early in this series. Right now, they got to step up and make stops. So there's no room to settle down, to not feel the moment and its intensity right off the bat. I'm telling you, I see 7 games coming here. You can't stop Nate, and DJ and the crew are going to keep bringing it all night because they're the vets. They're the ones who've been here before, who made it happen. I just can't say enough about Nate.
Yeah, no, we've been big fans, and obviously we were lucky to have him on the pre-show, and then to watch him kind of do his thing has been a treat. Just to kind of keep our viewers up to date, as GNA knocks down a 3 there to go up 2. Both teams have agreed to a full reset, which makes sense considering things were tied the last time we lagged out. So we're playing a full game. We'll mulligan that last matchup. So we're playing until the end here, X.
Oh yeah, for sure. And if you missed out on the pregame show, you missed out on too much. Go back, watch it, hit the like, hit the follow, hit the sub, WR. You know, everything's there. You're looking from the playoffs all the way up to the championship, 7-game series. And you know, the break happened, and we were sitting so long on the break there that I'm kind of thinking, where does the psychology go from here? And this is what I came up with. At this point, all the psychology's out the window. Okay, it's which team can lock in the quickest, and we're back into that killer instinct kind of mode. And this is the kind of game that you expect in the championship. You know, this intensity, this execution. You see everything at a high level, and it's not about who's gonna not make the plays. It's all about who's gonna make the plays.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, in the championship round of any league, whether it's, you know, recreational and the amateur end or, you know, the NBA, you want a competitive series when you get to the end. A lot of these teams either swept their semifinals matchup or won 3-1. So for us to, you know, be here even in this 6th game of a best-of-7 series, as a fan, you have to love it.
Yeah, and it's a 7-7 game right here early. They're back and forth, great execution, and you just love to see it. You love to see it.
Nate now with the ball throws up a shot that's slightly late on a 54% cover or contest. Great offensive rebound. Nate right to left crossover. He's unable to get it from the same spot again. Was hoping to knock it down. Back the other way, and ST will get a foul to stop the ball in transition, force GNA to operate in the half court. Claude says no problem, but Zaman, you know, he does it time and again on the offensive end, showing his defensive prowess this time. Claude, though, will get a second crack at it, and he hits that 3, puts his squad up by 3 late in this first quarter. Big possession here from Nate. Riding the defender on his hip. He's going to back up. Doesn't see anything that he likes. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Behind the back dribble. Finds range. Off to the corner for Zaman. He's been trustworthy with the ball. They're going to reset back to their point guard. 2 seconds left. Attacks the rim. And the GNA defenders just a step slow there, X. But they're still up by 1.
And if you're just tuning in, you're probably thinking, what's going on here? How has GNA not swept this whoever team called Standing Tall with this PG I've never heard of? And why does he have so many points? Sure, you're thinking that. You're thinking, hey, DJ and Merc are on their way to the league. They're snubs. They must be toying with their food. No, it's not. They've come across a real team. Standing Tall is the real deal. You can see that Nate's somebody that's going to be on list next year for the next level. And, you know, that's where we're at. So lock in. We got a couple more games. I expect 7. Watch the new superstar Nate on Standing Tall, and let's see what GNA can do to try and them out, try and get them out of here, try and get to their bread with one more game to win it all.
GNA calling a timeout there for a split second. It looked like Claude was having, further troubles with his connection, but it looks like things are okay here. Stand Tall will get possession. Inbounds to Snag. Looks like all 10 players are on the court. Nate operating here on his own. Gets the screen, denies it. Looking to back up the defender. Range now with the ball. He's going to take that shot. It's as clean as you can get that late in the shot clock. Unable to get it to go down. Loose ball. GNA will get possession according to the refs. 12-11 here. Just over 29 seconds left in the first quarter of game 6. Range falls down. Hands touch the court. Hits the backside of Nate. Trust DJ Money. Knack for the ball. Gets the ball back. And that's a dunk. 14-11. A little bit of an unfortunate event there. Turn of events for Stand Tall. But they're going to look to regain those points back here. Unfortunately, Nate can't finish. Let's see if GNA can capitalize. Awkward looking shot. Trust DJ Money with the offensive rebound. He puts the ball in Merck's hands, but the time elapses before they can get a shot off. 14-11, a little bit disjointed on both ends, X.
Yeah, it's that intensity and it's the quality of play. You would think because things are not executing that people are playing sloppy out here, but it's just that the execution is so good. Nobody's open, and you got to take these aggressive plays with bodies on you. I hate to reference this because league players get a little bit upset when you kind of reference pro-am to the pros and yada yada. But that's the type of shot that you would see in the league. Okay, you don't get open shots in the league. You get contested shots, and you have to find a way to finish. But you do it when you got the angle on a high percentage shot with momentum, with an angle, and that's what you're seeing here.
Elite steals, and again, really these teams, they're going to be relied on to, or their secondary and third and fourth, fifth options are going to be relied on to score buckets here as both defenses take away their point guards. This time it's Range who returns the favor, sinks a 3 from the right hash, 17-16. It keeps them within striking distance. Range gets thrown off course by that screen. They're going to switch. The big man picks up the point guard. Gliz finds the opposite corner. Can Merck capitalize? He can't. But DJ Money with the offensive rebound, such a huge, huge component of that GNA offense. Again, a second offensive rebound. This time, Trust DJ Money decides to put it up himself, but he can't get it to go down. Let's see if Nate can kind of capitalize on that string of maybe luck vibes out of the corner. He can't get that shot to go. Man, there seems to be a lid on both buckets right now, X.
Oh yeah, and that intense defense is continuing to make it tough on both sides. Even when you're getting a bucket, I'm telling you, it's contested, it's physical, it's contact.
Yeah, even alley-oops aren't going down. But this time, GNA makes no mistake about it. Gliz throws a little bit of sauce on that dunk. No extra points for style, but they'll take it. It's 21-16. They'll find Zaman out of the corner, and he's been so reliable all series, and he can't get one to go down. But fortunately, Snag with the offensive rebound. It's interesting to see these teams get second options and not be held to one and done. Nate, he's been living out of that spot, that mid-range, all series long, X.
Yep, and his angles are always taking him to the same spot. He gets to his same spot, and he's either got the angle for the dunk or he's got the crab. And it's a tough situation for the defender, the way him and the center play it, to get him that positioning and those angles consistently.
And that is just a backbreaker for ST. You saw Nate kind of slide into Claude's, just his vicinity, get the turnover, but then they give it up right away, and it results in a GNA corner 3. 1 second, it looks like you're, on the fast break, possibly drawing within 1 point, and then the next second you're down by 6, X.
Yeah, it's that's what GNA will do to you, and that's what sets standing tall apart from most of the teams that they've played is that they stay composed, and even a 2 or 3 possession doesn't get them rattled. They're going to stay right there with you. But I'll tell you what, with the one possession game right here, you always got it in back of your mind that you're one game away from it being all over. So they're locked on every possession. It's going to be important for them right now that we've stressed this over the last couple of games. Play better D. Your point guard's going to get you a bucket. He's going to find the open man, get some stops, get some energy, crackhead defense, make a play, have a game plan, and come up with a turnover.
Yeah, game sixes in a best of 7 series is always just really game 7, part 1. Both teams playing it like it's a do or die. Big 3 there from Zaman. That's more like it. That's what we're used to seeing from that corner player. GNA attacking right away, not wasting any time in the half court, taking the first option that they see. They extend their lead to 4 now, under a minute to go in the first half of this 6th game. GNA up 3-2 in the series, a PS4 title on the line, PS5 title on the line. Short clock scenario, Snags goes out to range, doesn't see what he likes, and instead he throws a pass through a tight window, isn't able to get it to go through, and unfortunately for ST, that's going to put GNA on the line. And correct me if I'm wrong, X, this might be the largest lead of the game at 6.
Yeah, we're right there. But, the superstar Nate got the takeover. He's not worried about it. They can't stop him, and he's going to find the open guy if it's not him with the badge.
Vibes. Contested shot. That's not going to go. Great defense from Gliz there to just put up a hand and make things difficult for Vibes. Merc.
I would have liked to have seen Vibes kind of work the ball a little bit more there. That was a tough shot, and in this game, it's a bad shot. You got to pull that down. You got to find a way to help your team out and not throw that up.
All right, things are starting to look a little bit bleak for Stand Tall. Let's see if Nate can get those points back with his badge. And an aggressive foul there from Elite Steals, but with the foul to give, a very smart play. That's going to reset them to 2 seconds. They find its range. That's contested. And, man, this GNA defense is flying right now, X.
Yep, they feel like there was a little bit of a letdown. They feel like they should have closed it out in the last game. They've come out here with a different kind of focus, that nobody's getting looks on the outside. And it's tough right now, but this is something that we've seen, and the difference when standing tall is winning is their defense. They have to step up now and play better D.
I'm glad you brought that point up, because when we were watching game 5, Stand Tall had forced GNA into 10 turnovers by half. In this game, GNA only has 2 turnovers. So that defense not there right now for Stand Tall. It's going to need to come back as Claude making the defender dance, finds Elite, but fortunately for Stand Tall, that doesn't go down. But Claude 3-4-7, able to hit that 3 out of the wing. And man, Trust DJ Money, an absolute dog right now on the glass, X.
Yep, and he's one of the guys that I expected to step up as a big leader, as somebody who was definitely a snub this year, and in my opinion, the best center in post draft. He's a guy who's going to impose his will, his style of play, his aggressiveness, his IQ and experience. He's done somewhat here, but I still expect him to close out the series in this game or the next, just being DJ.
Yeah, we had a scout tell us before the series that Trust DJ Money was one of the top non-point guards that didn't get drafted, one of the top non-point guard talents available, and he's showing out tonight and making a case for that.
You know what? I would definitely not argue that point. When other than point guards, DJ is probably one of the top prospects. I mean, I couldn't argue it.
36-31, Stand Tall, refusing to back down. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this 6th game. Guys, if GNA is able to close it out, that will do it for the best of 7 series. Claude 3-4-7 with a little bit of a push off there. Trust DJ Money with the ball, but showing a little bit of patience. There's still time left on the shot clock. Claude behind the back dribble. That gives him space, and he's able to attack the rim, showing no remorse for that rim. Throws it down emphatically. It's now 38-31. Claude with 18 points and 6 assists on 6 of 9 shooting.
And I don't have the stats in front of me here, but I could probably guarantee that I could almost guarantee that if you had the lead going into the third quarter, going into the fourth in this series, that you were winning at the end of the game. And you can see here the GNA is up, and we haven't seen a team break that and come back after being down, either team. So this is not a good sign for Standing Tall. Let's see if they could break the trend and make a change.
They're going to need more defensive stops like that one with it. That's range, forcing a turnover, getting in Claude's personal space there. Nate with the ball, high expectations, making a name for himself throughout this playoffs. Isn't able to get that or fit that through that window. He's going to have to throw a shot up. Instead, if he opts out to Vibes in the corner, Vibes throws it up, but not before the shot clock goes off. And even if he did have the time, that would have clanked off the side of the rim. 38-33, only down 2 possessions, but you have to think Stand Tall is up against the ropes right now. They can't afford to fall behind any further. And Gliz gonna make sure they extend the lead out to 8 points. Man, Gliz has been phenomenal this series, X.
Yeah, he's been all playoffs and all year and all last year, and the young Bucks just hungry. And if he continues to mature like this on and off the court, which is just as important, we know sky's the limit for the kid. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him playing in the pros a couple years down the line.
Almost a clear path foul there. Fortunately for GNA, the refs didn't see it that way. Nate now with the ball, being harassed by this perimeter defense of GNA. They're going to go to their secondary option in Range. And we haven't seen too much of that tonight, with Range kind of taking it upon himself, looking to create and rim run.
Well, he hasn't had a lot of opportunities, but I'll give him credit. I have been keeping track, and when he does get the rock, it's rare he gives it back to his point guard. He knows that he's rarely going to touch it, and he's been aggressive with most of all his touches, whether they've went in or not. It still takes pressure off your point guard to know that everybody's fighting and that Range knows and understands the moment.
With their backs up against the wall, Stand Tall now on a 4-0 run. Trust DJ Money embraces the contact and throws it down. No foul, but they'll take the 2 points any way they can get it. Nate now with the ball, down 6. Key possession here for Stand Tall. Behind the back dribble, finds Range. He doesn't let it go. Off to Zaman. Back to Range, and fortunately for Stand Tall and their fans, that's a 3-second defensive violation. That's going to be a free throw, which Nate sinks. Cuts the deficit down to 5. 30 seconds left. Nate rises above, throws it down, and hey, that's not a 3-point. That's not a 3-pointer, but it's still a 3-point play, and Stand Tall will take it. X.
It's huge because it brings you within a 1-possession game and closer to breaking that trend that we talked about coming back after you're down in the third or fourth quarter. We haven't seen it in the series. We're about to maybe see it if we can get Nate a stop.
Yeah, Nate now with the ball, crosses half court, sees daylight, and trusts DJ Money. He had the dunk the other end, gets the block here. Again, just making impact plays all over the court. He's got his fingerprints all over this game. Range now has no choice but to put it up, and that is no good. GNA up 5 and only 5 minutes away from securing the Season 29 WR Championship. Claude now with the ball. Every basket that they can manage from this point out is going to sink ST deeper and deeper into a hole here. Claude to Merck. Merck probably going to get it back to his point guard. 5 seconds left on the shot clock. Off to Gliz. Gliz throws it up. That's off the back of the rim, but we've seen it over and over again, X. Key offensive possessions to reset their offense.
Yeah, and Something that I'm going to be looking forward to right here is elite steals. Okay, he can't box Nate, but in this situation, he can be ultra aggressive here, and I expect him to lean hard on that ball hand within the next couple possessions. I expect him to spam up the square because he's got the lead. The situation dictates, and we've seen his body of work in the last couple of series. I'm basing this off tendencies here. I'm watching Elite Steals and seeing how aggressive he gets on Nate right now.
Man, Stan Tall will not go away quietly. Vibes hitting a corner three the possession before, then Snags coming in to help and blocking Claude 347. 10 seconds left on this shot clock. It's up to Gliz now. A little bit of a switch. Range in 347's face there. They get the stop that they were looking for. Down 4 now. Nate, time running out. They're going to need they're going to need good looks from here on out. Snags to Zaman. Great defensive rotation and miscommunication between Zaman and Snags there as Zaman threw the alley-oop, but Snags was not there to receive it, X.
Yeah, that's tough. Zaman's definitely telling his guy, you got to run through the hoop. Where are you going? It's not time for position. If you're going to make a move, I need you at the rack.
Claude now looking for a look. This is his time right now. He really wants to get that 3 off. Instead, he's going to go to Trust DJ Money. Trust is going to look to create his own shot here. He isn't able to get it to go down, but man, this GNA team on the offensive glass, that's been such a huge part to this game, buying extra possessions. Let's see if they can capitalize here. Gliz sinks the 2, and man, you know, Stan Tall works so hard to get that first stop, but they can't hold GNA to one and done, X.
You know, GNA knows who they are, and they play into that.
Oh.
Right there, things have been tight. They looked for Gliz. Gliz is a nut. He gets the shot off. He gets the bucket, and I felt like that's where it was a little bit of a punch in the chest. And you can see time running out, almost at 9, almost 10. Oh, this could be it right here, Chris. These next couple possessions are critical, and we're not talking about the 2 minutes. We're talking about the next 2 possessions.
Yeah, the GNA can definitely smell the blood in the water here. Claude spamming that dribble move. Now they're using up clock here a little bit. Claude
it's Mortal Kombat at this point, Chris.
Yeah, Claude looking for Gliz. Gliz with the turnaround fadeaway offensive interference. We rarely see that call. It looked like the ball was on its way down X, but fortunately for Stan Tall, that's not going to count.
It's a basketball right now. They got 9 guys under the rim, and they're all going up.
Stan Tall feeling the pressure of the clock ticking away. GNA doing a good job of giving up the 2. Nate really wants the 3. They want to get it back sooner rather than later. Nate's going to have to put up a shot. He doesn't. Instead, they're going to opt for even more difficult shot. No one wants to put the ball up. Finally, Range takes it to the rim. X, you can kind of see Stan Tall desperately wants that 3. They're just refusing to go for the 2 there.
Yeah, I would have took the 2. I would have took the dunk. The pressure's tight right now, and you know maybe they got a game plan and they're trying to stick with it, but there's still enough time to take quick buckets and keep it moving.
52-45, 1 minute and 26 seconds left in this game 6. 1 minute and 26 seconds away from crowning GNA as our season 29 champions. Claude looking to put the nail in the coffin here, looking to get through the trees. That ball touches every part of the rim but doesn't go down. Is that a clear path foul? No, it's not. GNA will reset Stan Tall here. 1 minute left to go, down 7. Stan Tall definitely needs a 3 at this point, but GNA doing everything possible to take that away. They're probably going to need to decide soon here. Finally, Nate says, okay, we'll take the 2. 52-47. X, there's still time left in this game.
Yeah, there absolutely is, but Claude's going to do what he does best and keep his team on schedule. I felt like that's been his strength since I've started watching him play. You know, it's not the scoring, it's not the passing. It's the fact that he's a point guard and keeps his team under control, knows the moment, and plays it the best he can. And that puts his team in situation to win time after time.
There's the stop that they were looking for, but they need to go quickly here. 28 seconds left. Are they going to take the 2? No, they don't, and they force GNA forces a turnover, and X, I think that might do it.
That's probably it. You know, with the time situation, he didn't have a lot of time to set anything up. He tried to how to make something happen quick, and it didn't work out. You know, you got to give credit to GNA. They're the big dogs. They came in here. They were confident in what they were going to do. Nate was confident in what they were going to do. And you know what? Let's put it this way. GNA is so good. You could have played a great series like Standing Tall just did and still lose.
I mean, you got to tip your hat to both teams. A very hard fought series. Obviously, something miraculous can still happen, but it looks like GNA will be crowned our champions unless something dramatic happens or occurs in the final 17 seconds. Claude weaving his way in and out of the defense, and there's the foul that we were expecting from Stand Tall. But all Claude needs to do is sink one or two of these free throws. He sinks the first one to go up 6. The stats blocking our way. We got to make sure we get the final numbers. But it looks like, you know, the celebrations are about to begin here for Generation Next Academy X.
Yeah, but we got a play or two here, and let's it's hard for me to let go. Standing Tall's played so good. I see what the score is. My brain doesn't want to accept it.
Yeah, you fight till the end, right? You fight till the end.
My heart went out to Standing Tall. I seen myself in their shoes, and look, here I am, emotionally attached to the championship game. What can I do?
No, that's awesome to see. But congrats to GNA for winning the Season 29 PlayStation WR Finals. They take the crown. They get to sit on the throne. A huge victory from them. They were tested. It did not come easy. Did not come at the hands of a sweep. Stand Tall was just a few possessions away from forcing a do or die, winner take all Game 7. But at the end, you know, GNA was able to put the finishing touches on the series. What were the biggest takeaways for you?
We found a new point guard superstar, and that's Nate. And we're gonna see a lot of him in the post draft. We talked with him about his future and what he's about to do, and just coming to this championship isn't the end of it. It's just the beginning. We're gonna get to see more of him. We're gonna get to see him grow. We might see things change where he's at. You never know. Maybe he keeps the same chemistry. But now it's a storyline that we're following. It's a storyline that we've fallen in love with. We like the guy. We like the interview. We like the game. We like the IQ. And on the other side, you know, we got to give the champs their due credit. They came out here and they did what they said they were going to do. They were going to be Goliath. They crushed David, and they're going home with the bread tonight.
Yeah, no, it was awesome to see. And obviously, you know, hats off to that entire GNA roster. Stand Tall definitely put up a good fight. But as the champs, again, we celebrate that team, and I'm excited to kind of speak to them later this week on WR Weekly. But again, congrats to Claude, Glizzy, Elite Steals, Merc, and of course, Trust DJ Money. It's always a challenge to kind of go through the WR gauntlet, but they did it, and they did it in convincing fashion. And this team is a force to be reckoned with. You talk about, you know, the UPA LAN event X, and trying to build up on their ranking points, these legacy points. Am I wrong in assuming that this team is a threat moving forward?
Absolutely. And anybody who's going to be winning under that umbrella is going to get those winnings, and you're going to have confidence in your team, and you're going to have the cash to be able to make it to these tournaments, to be able to get out there, to be able to afford to be there. You have to have shown that you got that level of play. And if you haven't won a championship and you are making it out there, it's because you're that damn good. And we're going to see that kind of getting ready to play for $30,000 in the post draft and put clout to the side. That's bread in my pocket.
Yeah, again, so many huge storylines headed out of this evening's event. Obviously, man, we're going to do this all over again tomorrow, right? We've got another championship game to kind of anticipate. I believe it's the Xbox Finals this time around.
Yep, and that's going to be exciting too. We got a whole bunch of names over there. We got league players. We got who've been in the league, players who have gotten snubbed. We got star power. We got the big names. We got the 7-game series. There's been the talk on the timeline this week that Xbox has the best players, quote unquote. They're the big dogs. Well, you know what? I just seen great play out of GNA. We're talking basketball here. We're going to see what Xbox can do, and then we can have that conversation of who's the best once again.
Yeah, tomorrow night's matchup will be between Get Lurked and Liquid Pro-Am. I'm excited to kind of see that. But again, tonight, a fantastic showing from both teams. Generation Next Academy were your winners. For those that have stuck with us throughout this entire Best of 7 series, we thank you, whether you're tuning in live on Twitch or you're catching up on the night's action on YouTube. We appreciate that. Make sure to follow up on all the events on all our socials. So that's at WR Pro-Am League. And you can find us on Twitch at WR Pro-Am League as well, and on YouTube at WR Pro-Am League. Make sure to use hashtag WR Playoffs throughout all the action. X, we did it, man. Thanks for sticking it out with me, and I appreciate you again, just doing what you do all night. You were super enthusiastic. It was a pleasure kind of just doing this entire broadcast with you, man. I really dug it.
You know what? I feel the same. I'm glad you're my point guard. I'm glad you get us in and out and get us where we need to be. Sometimes I'm a little off. I might not be in the right spot, but I'm going to tell you what. Shooters shoot. And I just like to say congratulations to GNA being the WR champs. Enjoy your bread and enjoy your time off.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. I'm excited to kind of have them on WR Weekly again later this week. Also, a big thank you to Coach J2K. You might have heard him on FIBA broadcasts recently. He's in the truck with us. Honestly, if I'm the PG X, then Coach is the coach. He's the legit coach. He's making sure we're running smoothly on the other end. He's cueing us when we need to be cued. But with that said, a fantastic night, an exciting night. It only gets even more exciting moving forward. Can't wait for tomorrow. I know it was the Oscars and the stars were out in Hollywood tonight. But on this end, the stars of the WR League is who we celebrate, and the awards and the trophy goes to GNA. Thank you for tuning in. We'll catch you guys again tomorrow night. On behalf of X, myself, and Coach, and everybody at the WR Pro-Am League, have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.